guys. Yeah, LBJ was in on it. It totally told them to stand down.
So breaking news. Apparently, only a single missile was actually launched, and it forced millions of Israelis into shelters, according to Israeli media sources.
I'm wondering if they're screwing with them, or this could have been Yemen.
Yeah, it's either one of the two. It causes them a lot of annoyance and pain and headache and constantly trying to get into shelters, and they come out and do barrage them.
Yeah, psyops are huge at this point. You can really start playing with people's minds. False alarms, it really has an effect.
I was going to say, do you think, does anybody else think that they could be possibly using it for intelligence gathering as well? Because if you make a certain threat and like people start moving around and you've got, your intelligence gathering going on at the same time, you can find out where people are. You can gather different intelligence if you have the right setup. I think personally.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, military experts in that area can weigh in on that, but yeah, absolutely.
And then the other option is to mess around with your defense system, test it out, see how it's how it's reacting or whatnot. It's a lot of different options that they could be doing, to be honest. Because obviously, one missile it's not gonna cause a lot of damage. It's gonna be easier to start. Oh shit!
Yeah, on that.
You guys hear these explosions?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Go on.
On that, I'm not at liberty to discuss some operations we did in the submarine force, but yeah, let me put it this way. The enemy, and we forces do it, you're continually doing these feigns to see what the reaction is. You're looking at how much time they respond, what kind of force they're going to put on it, what weapons they'll put on it, and absolutely.
Well, the problem is Iran hasn't taken out their long-range radar stations. Those that are responsible for tracking the ballistic missiles outside the atmosphere anyways. But they've got a range of like 1,500 kilometers, I think. And they used to help the THAAD launch a vehicle to detect the actual missiles as they approach within range. In Telegram, there was a message where they gave out the actual coordinates of these radar stations, the exact coordinates of these radar stations on Telegram in the Shima base and Nevatim and Ovdar and a few others. So basically, I don't know why Iran didn't. Is it a humanitarian thing? Do they want to give alerts out to the people so they can go into the bunker and into the shelter and that way they are safe and they'll still do the damage? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows, all the above. But first, another thing is you can test their reaction time. We did that with the Cubans during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and even during my active duty time, we would take aircraft into Cuban airspace, true story, and stopwatch time the ground control intercept could tell the Cuban fighter pilot when to attract and acquire targets. So you're gathering information by that too.
The Telegram are saying something funny. They're saying it was a pro-gamer move to just wake up a bunch of Zionists.
Isn't it like 4 o'clock in Tel Aviv, so in Israel? So obviously this is causing a huge amount of disruption in the lives. So.
Oh, what a shame! While the people in Gaza have been going through 620 days of being bombed in the tents, even just now, one dropped a bomb on a tent in Moasi.
For sure. You're dealing with fickle people, though, isn't it? You're dealing with people who are used to like minimal impact in their lives, or minimal level of dealing with things. So in reality, like I've always said this, even in the West, when you look at the data about anti-Semitism, the parameters by which people claim anti-Semitic crimes occurred are like, oh, someone looked at me the wrong way, someone didn't say hello to me. Whereas like if you look at crimes in terms of others, like Islamophobic crimes, it's actually like physically being beat up and these type of things. So there is like the difference.
Oh yeah. I mean, and often the case is that with the big anti-Semitic crimes, how many times have we caught, you know, actual Zionist Jews spray painting swastikas on synagogues and whatnot, and Jewish shops, and claiming they've been attacked? It's just, I mean, I've seen it so many videos over the last 2 years, or so many reports over the last 2 years of that happening, and they actually got caught. It's stupid, and they always seem to get caught. I don't know how.
Can I read something from Colonel McGregor here real quick?
Sure.
Okay, reading it. This is from Colonel McGregor. He writes, Washington's ruling political class, not just President Trump, decided to unconditionally support Israel in its war against Iran, going to war when and where Israel dictates, and for reasons Israel decrees is stupid. Now, this is a combat colonel, retired, right? He writes, it's worse than stupid. It's stupidity on stilts. Israel's war for Jewish supremacy in the Middle East will fail, and Washington will not fail with it. The war against Iran will fail because the war is unjust, and the world will ensure that it fails. So I guess he's saying America at the last minute. I guess it's hopeful, Colonel. I wouldn't put my money on it. America at the last minute will say, we're not going down that hole. I don't know. I pray the U.S. just says, Israel, deal with it. But I don't.
I think that's the most likely outcome. And then if we do see retaliations from the West, I think they'll be similar to what from America. I think they'll be similar to what we've already orchestrated in theater.
Yep, Simon, I've been with you all along on that. Amen.
Let's bring in Libana. Libana, you come to the space. What's your thoughts about what's been happening?
May I?
Yeah, jump in.
I was just trying to be respectful. Wait my turn. Just wanted to say shout out to the panel host, co-host, Solomon, and Multi. Appreciate everything, gang. I thought I was going crazy. I watched the news, been lied to for years. Thought I was the only one on the island by myself after being lied to again and again by Trump, Biden, Kamala Harris. It doesn't matter who they're off. They're all fucking lied, bro. I can't stand it. I just wanted to say I really appreciate this space because people are finally starting to wake up. And I know I'm not the only one now, so, you know, just keep the good news going and just change people day by day, bro. Keep doing what I was doing.
Thanks, Demetrius. Did you vote for Trump?
Fuck no, bro. I never voted. Listen, bro, I never voted because every year I feel like we're voting between dumb and dumber, and it's pissing me off. It's either Trump or Biden. They're both dumb. Trump or Kamala Harris. They're both dumb. It's literally a lose-lose. And then they're sold out. They're all sellouts. It's crazy. I was literally going crazy, bro. And then I found this space. It's like there's other people who think like me that out here bomb people in Gaza for what? They didn't do shit. They don't deserve to die, bro. And I'm looking at this. I feel it in my soul. It's not right, bro. That's how I feel. And I stand on what's right in the world. And it's fucked up, bro. Everything's fucked. But on a positive note, I'm thankful for the space. Because I really appreciate that other people really recognize the real shit that's going on, bro. That's how I feel.
Appreciate you, Demetrius. You're not alone, brother, so please do come back anytime. We feel your frustration. No, thank you for sharing.
Demetrius, you're a Marine, right? Marine veteran, right? Yeah, sir.
Nah, dog, I'm retired Navy, just like you, big bro.
Okay, retired Navy. Okay, so what? Yeah, you've been in there. You've seen it. Okay. Thank God you're right. I lost my son to this Zionist war. No more America. Stop it. No more money. No more American blood on the altar of Zionism. Stop it.
Yeah, I heard you said it earlier, yeah, but respect to your son. Man, you know, appreciate your service. Thank you for your service.
I thank you for yours too, sir.
Levi, why don't you jump in?
Oh, yeah, no, I would second a lot of what he was talking about, which is that for anybody with any real moral convictions, religious or political, it's very hard to sit by and see these dumb wars over and over and over again in our lifetime. I actually grew up in some of these countries. And it's just so, I mean, they're just normal people, right? And then we have these, you know, I've worked in politics for a long time now and in think tanks in DC, and I've worked on this most recent campaign, so I know some of these people who are causing trouble. But the thing is, at the end of the day, everybody promises peace. And whether it was George Bush saying we need to get out of Middle East wars, then starting Middle East war, or Trump, or, you know, any of these guys, Obama did like 70 wars. Like everybody, the voters do their job and they vote for peace and they vote for less war. But then we keep getting it and keep getting it. It's just so frustrating because there seems no outlet for like sane people to just back off these stupid bankrupting wars. And that's why we got to realize we got to take this into our own hands at the local level and stop sitting back and thinking just checking in every 4 years is enough. We got to, if you want to make change, you have to fight it every day at the local and state level where we can actually make an impact. So, but no, I appreciate those feelings.
Levi, did you vote Trump?
No, I'm a chair of an independent party, so we did not. I was providing another alternative option, and we're actually organizing right now until to the midterms, and we're the fastest growing third party in America.
Interesting. What did you think of RFK before he joined forces with Trump?
So I was on the campaign for that, so I was helping set up a bunch of states, and previous to that I was doing it for other organizations, but I think that at that time, if you were listening to the rhetoric and what was being said, he was talking about cutting the Pentagon by 50% and getting out of wars. So the what people voted on 6 months ago and what is happening today are two different realities. And I think if they were close to what they promised on the campaign, we wouldn't even be in this situation. If he'd said anything, and he did say a few things. And RFK, by the way, is of all the independent candidates, the strongest, like, Israel supporter, like super, super strong. Like even more than Trump perhaps on some issues. And so that really affected a lot. Like libertarians, for example, offered ballot, and this is me, I don't want to get caught speaking on term because I've, contracted these people, but basically it would have been a lot easier for us if there was a anti-war sentiment, because it's really hard to unify Greens and libertarians who are both anti-war when you're like supporting stuff. So I think for independence side of things of the Maha, they would have been best served by being strongly anti-war from day one and continuing that rhetoric. We would have recruited insanely well, both donations and votes, up and now and into the midterms, if we had a peace message. But the problem is, being along with these unpopular wars, there's going to be real consequences to that. The coalition will be impacted by this war in a very powerful way. So, yeah, it's quite frustrating.
Yeah, surprise, surprise that RFK has to be a pro-Zionist when Mossad killed his family.
Yeah, that's something I have to stay away from. But yeah, like, you guys are smart, right? Like, I don't need to get into that too much. But yeah, there's a lot of... Yeah, right. Like, I can't talk about that stuff because I've worked for these people. But yeah, no, it's like, it's just, you have to do what's America first, right? If you say you're going to do America first and you're going to come together to make America healthy, bombs also make people unhealthy. I don't know if you know that, but it's not the best medicine. And so if we're actually trying to make things healthier, peace is a big part of that. both abroad and at home, because every time we have these wars, all the domestic agenda goes out the window. All those Maha things where you're collaborating on the state and local level for health, for seed oils, for taking things out. Well, guess what? You need a domestic agenda, and that gets shut down when you have big wars because you use up all your political leverage to do something unpopular abroad. And during the Iraq War, the Bush, they had a bunch of domestic agenda, and they couldn't get any of it done because of the war, right? So this has precedent.
Yeah, that's another side effect, isn't it? All the things you don't get done because you're messing around with war. Prashant, why didn't you jump in?
Yeah, thanks, Simon. I wanted to share a little bit about RFK and about Tulsi Gabbard, and they're somewhat related. I live in Hawaii, and I have for quite a few years. And when Tulsi Gabbard announced her run for president, I was in Waikiki, right in the crowd, a short distance from her, cheering like a maniac. And then, to make a long story short, then COVID came. And since I was close to the campaign, I got invited to weekly conference calls with Tulsi Gabbard. And you could put questions in ahead of the call. So every Wednesday, I was on a live weekly conference call with Tulsi Gabbard. Well, guess what Tulsi Gabbard did? Before I say what she did, let's talk about Tulsi Gabbard's history. Tulsi Gabbard, along with Gavin Newsom, along with the guy who was just Prime Minister of Canada, what's his name? The guy who just left. Anyway, him and the lady from New Zealand, the woman who was
Trudeau.
Trudeau, and then the lady that was running New Zealand in the time of COVID. They were all members of trained by the WEF's Young World Leaders Club. Tulsi Gabbard was one of them, trained by the WEF World Leaders, future Young World Leaders. Well, guess what Tulsi Gabbard promoted in every one of those Wednesday calls? Wear your mask. Keep your distance, 6 feet. Take your vaccine. That was Tulsi Gabbard during COVID. WEF did a book. She didn't really like WEF, and yet when COVID came, she was on conference calls promoting masks and 6 feet and vaccines, because I was on those calls. Tulsi Gabbard claims she's anti-war. Why did she go back to Iraq? Why did she go back to Iraq 2 or 3 times? If she's anti-war, why did she go fight in wars she knew were illegal? It doesn't make sense to me. I'm 75 years old, and when Vietnam came, I refused to go. And not only did I refuse to go, but I didn't run from the government. I said, I'm not going, and I'm not running from you. They sent the FBI after me. The FBI said, don't leave town. We'll contact you within 2 weeks. They never contacted me again. A year later, I got an order from the draft board canceling my order. So I stood up to the lies of wars when I was a young kid. I'm not going to claim that I was smart enough to know what I was doing that much then, but it ends up I was right, wasn't I? Vietnam was a lie, just like so many of our wars. But why does Tulsi Gabbard, who knows these wars are lies, keep going back to the wars of lies? Why does she go to Iraq 2 or 3 times? It doesn't make sense to me. What makes sense is she is a WEF Young World Leader because she promoted the vaccine and the masks and the 6 feet distance on conference calls that I was on. Excuse me. Now let's talk about RFK Jr. What somebody just said is he's probably a stronger supporter of Israel than Trump. Why? As Simon just said, they killed his family. He knows Sirhan didn't kill his father. He knows it. He's written about it. He spoke about it. So why does he still support these devils? Is he threatened? Is his life threatened? Is his wife threatened? Is his children threatened? What is it? Because it doesn't make sense. I traveled the country from 2015 to 2019, all over this country, Washington, D.C., 2 or 3 times, the Center for Disease Control 2 or 3 times, Los Angeles once, Sacramento 5 times probably, and RFK was at many of those speaking against vaccines or wanting vaccine truth. And now he's supporting more vaccines? Either the guy's ignorant or he's compromised. As I said, I was 75 years old. I am 75 years old. I had maybe 2 vaccines in my life, and I'm healthy as hell. I haven't been to a doctor in 55 years. They should have appointed me to head HHS because I haven't been to a doctor, taken an over-the-counter or prescription drug, or used my medical insurance for 55 years because I studied health. Why doesn't RFK hire me? And why does this guy support the most demonic people on the planet? Thanks for letting me talk.
Did you hear the message from the ambulance service in Israel? There were several injuries reported from a stampede of people getting into the shelters.
Yeah, I heard that.
But like, how do we get away from dehumanizing each other and having these stupid wars, right? Like, it's not just America, right? Like, there's UK jumps in on it, Europe jumps in on it. Everybody wants this a peace, right? What do you guys think is like the solution long term? Because like, we don't want another 80 years and all our lifetimes of just seeing bombing. Like, that can't be the solution to problems in the Middle East, right? Like, it's just so disappointing that we're in 2025. We have AI, like God, we're making digital gods, but we can't figure out that people don't like bombs. Like, there's got to be some way of leveraging.
If war was not problem, have no wars. That's the reality of it.
Yeah, and I actually do have a proposal I could say in 1 minute as an alternative to that, if that's okay. If I don't want to monopolize the space, but there is an alternative, which is that space, civilian applications of space are 10 times more profitable than war, because most war machinery can only be sold to 7 or 8 countries, and then they disperse it from there. Western, France, America, Britain, and space stuff can be done in 200 countries. Right, if it's civilian, like satellites, internet infrastructure, like Starlink type programs. And so space, not war. Like all those Boeing, Raytheon, all these companies, these creepy ass companies who keep bombing everybody and helping, they all still make spacecraft stuff. So they want, if you try to take away their money, whatever political party or leader you put up has problems. But if he goes, no, I want you to get 10 times more money, but I want it to be civilian and not war, put those missiles up and not at each other. Like, don't you guys think that could create a huge financial incentive? Because now they can do that in Africa and South America. They can have industrial bases everywhere that do different parts of the spaceship or the satellite infrastructure. And it's very, very profitable, and they don't have any legal limits like they do with missile technology.
So guys, I've put a tweet in the nest. Let me go through it. So it is, the tweet's in the nest. So I wrote, people are aware of my disagreement with Lucas, but he told me he was going through things at the time, including being doxxed. That being said, I'm hooked on the track Boom Boom Tel Aviv, so download and listen to it on Spotify. So that tweet's in the nest. I do want you to hit it up, download the track, listen to it. It is a fire track. I'm hooked on it, right? I'll be honest with you. We all know, like, I've been very vocal about my disagreements with Lucas. He said he was going through a lot. Okay, we'll show some compassion in that regard, because we are a people of compassion and forgiveness. That being said, the song is fire. It is just really good. And when you look at, like, the hypocrisy of the Zionist regime and the way they've been treating the Palestinians, and that song, but the video with it encapsulates that. So yeah, check it out. It's fire. Retweet it, reshare it, and hit the Spotify thing and download it on Spotify if you're on there. Ian, have you heard the song? I heard you've been busting some moves on it.
Oh, I've been doing the latest Zumba routines to Boom Boom Tel Aviv. I've been advertising it at the athletic center and making sure everybody's dancing to it. No, in all seriousness, it is fantastic. I think it's wild what can be done these days with AI, and I think there was a really valid point that was made by one of the musicians on here who's kind of a truther as well. I'll put some of his stuff in the Purple Pill. Just this wonderful piano work that's kind of ragtime. But what he was basically saying is that AI allows for us to basically take back one of the mediums that for so long has just been owned by the machine that also owns all these other pieces of propaganda. And now with this technology, we can kind of take some of our ideas, throw them into AI, throw the lyrics or whatnot into a song like the one that Lucas has made, and kind of take back that piece of the propaganda machine and be able to push our ideas, as opposed to them purely owning all of the airwaves, all of the Spotify stations, all of the everything. And so I think it's, not only is it catchy, but it's also a wonderful example of, I think, what anybody and everybody can be out there doing, right? Even if you're not comfortable maybe coming up on a panel like this with Suleiman, who's so gracious to hold the conversations. But any space for that matter, if that's not something you're comfortable with, you can use AI, and you can do that with a song. You can do it with poetry. I did it with the AI rendition that was supposed to sound somewhat close to, not an exact copy, but somewhat close to Matthew McConaughey, and basically wrote out a script that then was able to be transformed into a little bit of a speech, and you can put that out online. And so I think AI offers us a really wonderful vehicle to be able to create and produce, whether it's video, audio, etc. And therefore to be able to push back on this machine that otherwise just has complete ownership, at least they have for decades now, of that entire set of mediums.
Appreciate that shit, Ian. Back to you, Simon.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. These one of the side effects of AI is that just taking these industries that were dominated by these monopolies and distribution channels and middle people and finance and everything, and just make it accessible to where essentially going to be able to produce a Hollywood movie production soon, and everyone can just do it with AI commands. Pretty wild, the world we're going to.
Simon, real quick, it's Foundering that I'm putting into the Purple Pill. Just one of his many songs. He actually did the piano acoustic rendition of the Kanye song that everybody's familiar with. He did a piano rendition that Kanye shared out. He's also done a ton of other songs, one including Jews in the Walls is the name of the song. A little bit of a pretty inflammatory title there, but he's got a ton of stuff that's out there, and so just wanted to shout him out because he was the one that kind of made that point that I think is very, very vivid.
Okay, let's hear from some new voices. Just brought up Wartard. Wartard, did you want to say something?
And Simon, real quick, if he's not going to hop right in, I just wanted to announce that, and this is certainly breaking news. 56 seconds ago, in a fierce UN session, Russia slams the United States. You've opened Pandora's box, and no one can predict the suffering that will follow. So that's I'll put that into the Purple Pill as well.
Thanks, Ian. Wartard, jump in.
Iranian media also say UN is complicit by not denouncing Trump's strikes on Iran.
Sully, Trillion.
Sure. I just like to say this is more hard. Yeah.
Sully, Trillion sent me a post about the analysis on the Pordao attack. I put it in the Purple Pill.
Tell him to come up. Let me message
Okay.
him.
Yeah, message him, yeah. Is that all you got for us, Wartard? Or is there something you wanted to chip in?
I mean, it is somewhat fitting, right? And yeah, I also wanted to say, similar to what the gentleman was on here earlier, is that I do appreciate you guys providing this alternative space. Usually when I get into the other spaces that are this big, they're very much pro the establishment and the war machine. And you guys actually question that on a fundamental level. It's pretty bad, actually.
Well, this is what people didn't realize, you see. What people didn't realize is, and what the Zionists didn't realize, and maybe even Muslims didn't realize, that the vast majority of human beings are good people. They're against murder, death, and mayhem. They're against Zionism. They have honor, integrity. And so, without a shadow of a doubt, Zionists didn't expect this. So when they did when October 7th happened and they started bombing and killing women and children, automatically the world stood against them. And so what happened is, this is how largely a lot of the anti-Zionist accounts grew so much. To be honest, even I didn't expect it. When I jumped in, because I think the reason my account grew so much on day one is because I was literally the first biggest account to stand up against the Zionists. And when I did it, I thought, like, I didn't think we'd get the support we did. And I actually thought, like, we're risking our account here. Likely we're going to get banned. But let's just do it. You got to do what's right. But, so even I didn't expect it to the level. I mean, I expected people good. I expected a little bit of support, but I didn't expect it to be overwhelming the way it was. And they didn't expect it. And so the world has stood against them, both from when you look at it in social media, when you look at it from a world perspective. And so this is the reason why our accounts grew so much. This is the reason the spaces grew so much. And similarly, with the war, Israel's war in Iran, I think after 2 years of seeing a genocide of them continuously murdering men, women, and children whom are innocent and committing mayhem, people had enough. People didn't agree with them. People wanted that terrorist regime to be taught a lesson because it had been protected by the United States of America and the UN and NATO and every other body there is. And they thought, look, there is no one holding these people to account. It's like a bully who goes around in a school and abuses everyone. People are like, you know what? We need to stand up against this guy. And there's a level of frustration that there's an inability to do so. And so when Iran responded, you saw again a massive support of the Iran's attack against Israel. I think it had nothing to do with Iran. That country could have been any other country in the world who fought back against Iran, and I believe, well, I can say for me, we'd all be supporting that country because the issue isn't the country; it's the issue is the Zionist regime. And so, yeah, there are a few platforms that, as you mentioned, which are Zionist. But if you look at it from an organic perspective, we are huge and everybody else is tiny. And there's a reason for that, because people don't accept respect or want to hear Zionist propaganda. They've heard it on mainstream media for too long. They've seen it on social media for too long. And that's the sole reason. It's the people who know and have realized that, look, they say no to propaganda, no to Zionism, no to misinformation. And so when you look at our platform, I think we hit 20,000 listeners live yesterday because people wanted to hear the news and they believe that they're going to hear the information that's happening in real time in an honest, non-propaganda basis. And you saw that. You had people with a diverse opinion on this panel. Like me and Truth agree on some things, we disagree on other things. Me and Simon agree on some things, we disagree on some things. Me and Morphe agree. Well, we kind of agree on a lot more, we're boys. But me and Nathan agree and disagree on some things, on others, and various other people in the panel. Many people disagree with Simon, and there's all these people. And so people are seeing a diverse background, a diverse view, and same with Ian as well. And so they're seeing a diverse background, diverse view, diverse opinions, without the Zionist propaganda. And that's the reason these spaces are huge. It has nothing to do with anything else. People just have said no to evil in reality. And that's what it is. If you look at other platforms, other big platforms, we know it's like so you took at real views and it's not the reason is, like I said, people are humans. People have a moral compass. People have souls, and they don't want to be involved in this. So yeah, I think that's the main reason for it. Levi or Levi. Jump in, Prashant.
Thanks, Uman. Yeah, I just spent probably half an hour, 45 minutes with a group of people I know who are still supporting Trump and who are slamming Iran. And so I spent 45 minutes doing my best to talk to them. Told them that, you know, that Iran didn't attack the U.S. in 1953. The U.S. overthrew the Iranian leader. They didn't attack him, but they overthrew the Iranian leader. And, you know, I told them about PNAC and 9/11 and the new Pearl Harbor, which was 9/11, which PNAC said that they needed before they could get people to go along with overthrowing 7 countries in 5 years. I told these people that. And the bottom line of what it is that although some of them still disagree, some of them got it. And some of them listened to what I said, and some of them said, you are very accurate.
We are getting some more reports, sorry, Prashant. The first one is in the nest. The missile that was launched, the one missile was from Yemen. We had discussions with them. We thought, is it from Yemen? Is it a test of the Gaza invasion? Is it a pretext to basically force into shelters? Well, it's confirmed that one missile was from Yemen. Yemen the war.
Yeah, thank you. Like I said, I spent that time in space with the people who are still supporting Trump and supporting his and condemning Iran. And so I reminded them that it wasn't Iran who attacked anybody. And, you know, they were attacked, of course, as we all know, by Israel, and now they were attacked by Trump. And yet you people still support Trump. And it doesn't make any sense to me. I said, I know all of you people are good people, but why do you believe this guy when it's right in front of your eyes what he's doing? I pointed out that Iran is the 7th country on the PNAC list, the last one for Project New American Century to overthrow. And Trump's doing that. And you still support him? And thankfully, some of the people are starting to get it. And so it felt really good to have spent that much time, and they just let me talk and answer, and I was attacked, you know, and called foul names. But I just told them the history. They claim they know the history, but none of them knew about the 1953 overthrow of the Iranian president by the U.S. Not one of them know it, and very many of them didn't know the details. I'm sorry.
There's the Prime Minister of Israel.
Prime Minister. Okay, thank you. And so I just felt good that I did my best to wake some of these people up, and some of them acknowledged that much of what I said was true, and yet they're still stuck in that Trump cult. So, and then the last thing I want to say on this part of my talking is, I've struggled for the last few days just hoping that Israel would be crushed, that Iran finishes the demonic like song, and I struggle to put that in my mind. And then I come to what, as I said, I spent 25 years of yoga, and a real authentic one. And what this man said is...
Prashant, your volume's a little bit low. I don't know if it's me.
Oh, it might be me away.
So I got a tweet in the nest, and it just confirms what Resistance said earlier. Israeli settler injuries reported following a stampede of settlers who were Houthi. So the Yemeni Houthi one missile caused disarray and mayhem among the settlers, who start causing a stampede and start hurting and injuring each other.
Why is a dog circled in that photo?
I have no idea.
Is that the injured person?
It's probably the person with the. They probably circled it because it was probably the only item within that image that had some form of soul. And that didn't. And that doesn't have one. So.
Well, that picture's good for clickbait.
Anything with a dog in it, I guess, gets better.
Back to finish my point, if I can. As I said, I struggled in the last week about the fact that I just wanted Israel to be wiped off the map. I did. I really wanted that to happen. And I struggled. What's the matter with you? But then I remembered what my teacher taught. And my teacher taught that it's the aggressor who is the violent one. Meaning that Israel is the violent one in this situation. And Donald Trump is the violent one in this situation. And my teacher taught that it's our duty to stop these violent people if we can. So I think that it's Iran's and all the rest of our duties, according to my thought. To stop these Israeli devils. To stop this Donald Trump lying devil. And so I don't feel bad anymore. Because if innocent people, whether they're Israeli or Palestinian, get killed because Iran's going to crush that place, if they do, then it's not Iran's fault. It's the demon, violent person who started this fault. That made my heart feel better. Because that, as I just said, if I still hope that Iran just crushes this place. That there is no more. And the innocent people who die, it's not Iran's fault. That's Israel's fault and Donald Trump's fault. That's how I cleared my head. So thank you.
Just that is they're dehumanizing in a way, right? Like I agree that they're bad, but like innocence should never be justified in a conflict, right? See, I don't know if you should ever feel better about innocents getting attacked, right? But I don't think that's was your point completely, but that was a little bit included.
Yeah, no, it wasn't my point if I misspoke. My point is that if innocents die, it's Israel's fault and Trump's fault, not Iran's fault. I want to make my point perfectly clear. And the second part of my point was I just thought that our duty to stop this violence, meaning the violence of Israel in the United States and Donald Trump and all the rest of the world. So I hope that made my point clear. Once again, if innocent die, it's not my fault or Iran's fault. It's Israel's fault and all the 6 presidents or 7, including Donald Trump, that the innocents die. I just want to thank you.
Yes, let's go. You know, I've passed by a number of caves in my lifetime, but I never had the urge
Simon,
to go in.
just wondering if you're still there. It's regarding the Iranian real. It hasn't really changed. The price hasn't changed throughout the entire conflict. It's actually been pretty stable. I'm just wondering if that sort of also falls in line with your thesis that it's quite planned, because I would have thought that would have been quite volatile now.
Yeah, interesting. I hadn't done an analysis and I haven't really looked at the chart. But yeah, if it hasn't moved too much, I know it's had a hammering over all the sanctions, and you know it's had a really hard time. But the currencies is normally relative. So what's interesting is if you rather than price it in the dollar, because there's no trade between Iran and America, it's more useful to price it in renminbi or the Russian currency. So it's actually really important to pick like what pair you're pricing it against, or even price it against gold as well. But yeah, the dollar value of it won't tell much of a story. But if it hasn't moved much, then yeah, that kind of people aren't seeing this as a systemic risk. And but there's not much trade going on between the dollar and the Iranian currency, as I said. Sorry, just eating some dinner at the moment.
Has oil prices gone up for you guys? Because my friends in Asia all over are getting huge increases in prices, but in America I haven't noticed it very much. Is it just a delayed factor here and we're going to get hit in 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, WTI is up from what, $62 to $75. That's a big, but that's, to be honest, not recently, but that's over the last 2-3 months. No, that's over the last month actually, since the 4th of June. So it's before this, before the conflict. So since the 16th of June, and not really gone up that much, to be honest. So
the reason I brought it up is Trump was saying that he might get like kind of anemic with his war hawkishness if the inflation jumps up and oil jumps up and all the prices jump up. What I'm worried about is like that all those effects will be so delayed that it won't be in their calculation into how much they escalate the next few days.
No, Trump definitely wants the price of oil down. His goal is to get it to $40. So anything that deviates from that is a problem for Trump.
Yeah, exactly. It hasn't. I mean, it's gone up quite a bit in the last month, but that's because it was really down. It was really made it made significant lows down to like $54. So a barrel, and now it's at 75. So that's a big jump from the bottom in what, April? Yeah, mid-April.
Liberation Day.
Yeah. So
Liberating the world from the dollar.
What has OPEC
Yeah.
done in this game? Have they pulled out any stops? But they're mostly supportive of it, right? Because a lot of Gulf Arab states are in OPEC. Like OPEC usually can affect foreign policy in America or which president, because they always jack up oil prices. If you guys ever noticed, right before an election, like the 6 weeks before you vote, the price always goes up a couple dollars and people get pissed about costs, and then they lower it if they like the presidential candidate. That's always been a problem. But like, so they use OPEC and oil prices to effectuate policy. But it kind of sounds like they're on board with what's going on, right? As a majority.
No, they want regional stability, and you know, Iran and the GCC, they don't get on at all. They're ideologically on the opposite sides of the table, but regional stability is, you know, the method they want to get to. Whether it's with or without Iran, they want regional stability, but Iran's going nowhere. So, you know, they've had to get their head around getting to regional stability. That's what they want.
And you know what's ironic about what Simon just said is that the whole PNAC plan in 7 countries in 5 years was about creating regional instability. That's the U.S. wanting to do that, and their PNAC buddies, their Zionist PNAC buddies. So while we have Iran being one of the most controlled and patient people in this whole mess until they finally were attacked, they're wanting stability, while the U.S., Trump, and the rest of the PNAC presidents wanted to create instability in the Middle East. So it's a bit ironic to me, if that's the right word.
Besides Iran, what are the oil countries that the U.S. doesn't have an alliance with? Because I know Azerbaijan, I was working there, they have an alliance. Kuwait, the Gulf Arab states, Saudi Arabia, you know, a lot of them. So what are the other oil producers in the region? Is just Iran?
Is that a serious question?
No, yeah, I was just wondering.
Who were the other oil producers in the Middle East? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
No, aside from the obvious, right?
Aside from what? Iraq's got oil, Syria's got oil. Oh, the Gulf states have oil. I mean,
Aside from the
oh no, I said that weren't allied with America. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they don't have alliances or work. You know, Iraq, we were there. Their government, Kuwaitis, the Gulf Arab states are mostly on with America and have contracts. Iran's the only one that has oil in the region that says no, right? That's what I was asking.
Probably Russia too, if you want to count part of their time zone that overlaps.
Some breaking news, guys, before I give the mic back to the guys. Breaking news, the tweets in the nest. Iranian Revolutionary Guard said the 21st phase of Operation True Promise 3 will begin soon. Boom, boom's coming.
All these prequels, man. Wow.
Just to answer the guy, I mean, Yemen has got a
Prequel's never as good as the original, but anyway, good to know.
Yeah, Yemen doesn't have an alliance with the United States, do they? But
they're oil producer.
More. Yeah.
But they who's stealing their oil? Resistance.
Saudi is stealing them. Yeah.
Yeah, and America's been there for what, a decade plus, bombing the crap out of them. So like everywhere we either have an active theater with insane amounts of investment. So maybe Iran, like this is the last checker or domino in the regional alliance, because if they put in that Prince guy, and he'll do oil contracts with them. They'll have the whole region 100%, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, if they take out Iran, but I don't think even if they take out Iran, I just think to try and overthrow Yemen is going to be very, very hard. The Houthis is going to be very hard.
But they don't need to overthrow. They just need to get the oil. Like like Syria, they destabilize it. There's a bunch of tribal groups, and the oil refineries are where all the troops are.
Yeah, but it's a very.
Yeah, but they demonstrate they couldn't do it. I mean, the 10 years of the most advanced weaponry. Them and Saudi work together to take Yemen on, fail considerably. The Houthis continue to gain so much ground.
Yeah.
And then just recently, after the truce, America was spending what spent $1 billion in a month, I believe, if I remember right. It's been a while since I read the article.
Yeah.
Multiple drones were taken out. Multiple was it 16s or 35s were almost downed. To the point where America were looking for an off ramp and basically agreed to an off ramp that didn't include Israel. So I think we can only base it on history, but history seems to dictate that they've got no chance against the Houthis.
But didn't the Americans South Counties, all the corporations still got a lot of resources, right? Like they're pretty, if you go to Yemen, a few of you guys have probably been there, but you can't throw a rock and not hit an intel person from one of the 16 agencies. And then the British are there, the French are there, all the European embassies are there. There's an enormous international community there. And they're all representing these oil interests and different mineral interests. So are they unhappy with that situation?
I think you're talking about Oman, not Yemen.
Yemen. No, Yemen has a shitload, yeah. Oman is on the tip, on the horn closer to Iran. No, Yemen is what I'm talking about.
No, I don't know that. Because I've known the Houthis are pretty isolationist in the way that they deal with things. They don't like to deal with for international entities or delegates, or they don't.
The region is split though. The Houthis only control a certain part of the region.
Might be. You mean the Yemeni, the other governance?
That's right. And the Houthis, whenever you see a random group suddenly get support, they have some backing, right? It's just like it was with Al Qaeda and all these other groups. They all get trained by us, and then 10 years later it backfires. So if you ever see a group take super control over half a country really fast, it's usually because of funding. And Sudan, for example, across the water, they have a lot of gold from the Sudan, and then South Sudan they have a shitload of oil, and a lot of that gold goes to Dubai and it goes across to there. So they're just getting tons of gold and oil in these countries that are unstable. When I was a kid, I was in Sudan, and it's still the same. They just had another civil war, brutal. I was there during the Janjaweed taking over, and it's just ridiculous, they're still getting the gold and oil out of the country efficiently in Syria and in Yemen. So what I'm just saying is just because it's destabilized, like Libya, doesn't mean all the oil things aren't running on time.
Just put a tweet in the nest. It's a MAGA hat being burnt. People from MAGA are leaving MAGA in their numbers, disgusted at the fact that Trump has betrayed the base for the foreign nation of Israel. That tweet's in the nest. Do retweet, actually. It's good for MAGA to see that there's other people. So if there's MAGA people out there who are disgusted at Trump's action, to see that they're not alone. And there are a number of people who agree with them. Right, let's go to this guy. What's his name? Nisa Novic. Go ahead.
You want to hear me?
Now is your time, Nisa.
You can ask me whatever you want. I'm from Israel. If you want to ask me something about what happened in Israel, you can ask me now.
Don't need to. No, I don't want to ask you anything. You request the mic. You request the mic because you want to say something.
Yeah,
is that the most Jewish comment of the last hour?
I already know what happens in Israel. What, the pedophilia, the
boom,
rape,
Tel
the
Aviv.
organ harvesting?
I am here. You can ask me all your questions because I'm very special.
No, because I live in Jerusalem. I heard the alarm.
I thought that was him. But Ian, I thought that was him.
You can ask me whatever you
I
want.
thought it was him, bro.
Listen. I listen what you say. It's nonsense. You talk bullshit.
When are you okay? When are you running away to
Wait, let me
Cyprus?
ask him a question first, Truth, and then you
Okay.
can go. Then listen. This is like listen. This
Just
is my gift
leave
to
the
you.
keys behind
This
when
is
you
my
leave,
gift
huh?
to you, Truth. I'm gonna give him to you. Like, just give me 2 seconds. Listen, Nissan, whatever his name is. What do you call it? Have you heard the song "Boom Boom Tel Aviv"?
Yeah, I had
What do you think of it?
good music. Okay, nice music. Okay, so
Should be Boom Boom Jerusalem, right?
The visuals are even better.
look, you talk bullshit. Now I read articles about what Sinwar, the IDF find the letter that Sinwar sent to Nasrallah on 7th of October. He didn't talk about occupation. He didn't talk about nothing. Just Islamic propaganda. It's not about the occupation. It's about the
What is that
Islam.
talking about? Truth, take over, bro.
You already had enough, huh? Okay.
Totally. I
Where are
just
you
wanted
gonna
to
run
ask him
away?
about the. I just wanted to ask him about the song. I said, "Oh, this is my gift to you."
I'm just wondering where he's gonna run away to. It'll be Jordan, Egypt, or Cyprus. What do you prefer?
What? Sorry?
Said when the missiles start launching at your house, where are you gonna run away to? You gonna run away to Cyprus, Jordan, or Egypt?
Nowhere. We want to win this war. I don't run
You
away.
think you're gonna win? But over 60,000 people.
This is lie.
Oh, it's a lie. I've been
Yeah,
there.
it's lies. Of course.
Yeah, they all said they were going home.
Everyone that go out that is between the war now want to come back. It's not. People
Why
that
did they
want
leave
to-
in the first place, and then what? They changed their mind? Is it just like one day you like a girl, then you like a boy? Is that how it works in Israel?
Not what happened.
1/3 of men are bisexual.
Look, we're just
Are you guys upset that gay pride parades are all shut down?
the truth.
Is it fun in the bunker or what?
I'm in my house.
Well, for now.
On how? Let me ask you. Where is Khamenei now? Where is Khamenei now? He's not in the bunker?
Fine. Where's Netanyahu now? Where's Ben Gvir now? Where's Smotrich now?
Netanyahu. You can see in the news. Netanyahu was in the the hotel.
I know, he was at a stolen house. I know.
Netanyahu is not in the bunker like Khamenei. Where is Khamenei? He's in the bunker, yeah?
He's running to the bunker. Some of them got injured running to the bunker because they're not in very good shape.
Of course.
Well, actually, one of the Jews in that video, he actually ran into a pole. Running to a bunker.
It's because
What happened there?
we care about our life.
You care about your life, so you bumped into a pole? A lamp
No,
post?
so I got the shelter, of course. This is what
Be
we
careful,
do.
don't slam your head
Look,
against the lamp post.
in the last 40 years, Israel built shelter.
That's where the rats hide, right? The rats hide when the missiles fly, the rats hide, they don't fight.
Because we care about our life. But what Israel doesn't these 40 years? These missiles.
Okay,
They want to kill us?
How are you going to perpetuate your bloodline if you guys are gay?
Look, they built missiles to kill us. We built a shelter.
You guys build missiles too? You guys build drones? You have drone factories.
Okay, so it's for attack.
What do you
It's
use
for attack.
to attack who? So you care about human life, then why do you take out human?
40 years. In the last 40 years, Iran say.
Wait, why don't you build bunkers for the? Why don't you build bunkers for the Palestinians? I didn't realize that.
It's my mission to build them. It's my mission to build them.
I thought they're citizens. Doesn't everybody deserve the bunkers? Only the Jew? Only the Jew is special?
1 minute. Why Abu Mazen?
Why one minute man? You're 1 minute man?
Why Abu Mazen? He didn't do that.
He has no money. You guys steal all the tax money.
No, he has the money. You stole 1 minute. You stole the house of
But Abu Mazen's stuck in the West Bank.
1 minute.
Okay, you don't care. First of all, you've taken over most of the West Bank anyway. You're gonna steal it all anyway. You're responsible for the West Bank too.
You saw Abu Mazen.
West Bank's occupied. He has no authority.
1
You
minute.
can call him Palestinian Authority. Palestinian no authority. Palestinian stuck in occupied territory. You're responsible for that. So build him
You want to hear me or just to hear? Abu Mazen. You saw the house of Abu Mazen? What?
Why are you bringing up Abu Mazen? He's in West Bank. What about the rest of
So-
Israel? How come you Israeli Palestinians there? Why don't
Ah,
you
you
build
mean
them
the,
up?
you mean the Israeli Arabs?
Or Israeli Arabs? Okay. Why you don't build them bunkers?
We build.
No,
They live in
only
Haifa.
54%
They
of
live in
Israelis
Haifa.
have bunkers.
They live in Haifa. They have bunkers in Haifa. Of course, they have shelters in
No,
Haifa.
that's not what I hear. 54% of Israelis actually have bunkers, and Palestinians don't get access. In fact, they've been refused entry.
No. They have.
Because
They
you
have.
guys discriminate.
The one. The four girls. The mom and
So anyway,
camera. 1 minute.
that's fine. That's fine. You're
One
very.
minute.
You,
1 minute.
I,
1
I'm
minute.
just
1
fine.
minute.
It's fine. Look, you're gonna want
let me
it.
talk 1 minute.
Who cares? That's fine. You're gonna say you built them.
10
I'm gonna say
seconds.
fine. I don't
Give
care.
me 10. 1 minute. 10 seconds.
You're 10 second man. Okay.
The four girls. The four. The four Arabs girls. The four Arabs girls. They died from the Iranian missiles. They have shelters.
Yeah, how come there's so many
They have
videos of
shelters,
Jews begging
guys.
Iran to stop if you guys are so tough?
Sorry,
Please stop the wall! Stop!
Okay,
You want to play it?
They want to
Please
stop.
stop Iran! That's not tough.
You hear the
Israel-
mayor of
Israel. We do
Why are you
whatever.
begging? Why are you begging?
No. We don't begging for nothing. We
Yeah,
we
you
do
do.
what
I got
do whatever.
Please stop! You have a rabbi that's crying. Please, Iran!
We do whatever we want in Iran. We fly with
Well, then
our
Damn.
with our plane, with our
So
jet.
why did the missiles keep coming? Why you stop? Why is half of
it
Tel
starts-
Aviv leveled?
I
Why
are
your homes destroyed?
I tell you, it
Why is
starts
the
with
Haifa
one.
port destroyed? Why is the
Look.
refinery destroyed? Why is Nevatim? Why is the Ramon base
Tel
destroyed?
Aviv
What's
lately.
going on?
Looks destroyed to me.
Okay, I can
Looks a
explain.
bit like Gaza.
Tel Aviv is
Tel Aviv
Gaza,
is
bitch. What do you have to
now.
say about that?
Okay, Tel Aviv, Gaza.
Yeah, Tel Aviv is a bit
Yeah.
Gaza.
The first
In less
night.
than 1 week. You guys took a year and a half to do that. It took less than
Just
1
give
week to
Iran-
turn Tel Aviv into Gaza. How come
Look,
Iran
just
is
give
so much
Iran
more
another
efficient
2
in
days.
destroying the country?
Look.
Israel, they're so slow.
Okay,
and
okay.
then they'll move to West Israel, and then they'll destroy that as well.
Your weapons
for
are
you.
just no good, I guess. Huh?
Okay,
Israel.
okay. You ask me why still missiles in Israel? Okay, so in the first night, I ran 100 missiles. Tonight, 1 missile, just 1 missile. Why just one?
The night is
That one
still
was
young.
from Yemen. Don't worry, the surprise is coming. Listen for the alarm. Actually,
What-
don't
I
listen to the
asked
alarm.
you-
You're a
you know
tough
what?
guy. You should stay outside. Don't listen to the alarm.
Last night, 5 missiles.
You can
But in the
take on the
first night it
missiles.
was. But in the first night it was 100 missiles. What happened? What
They're
happened?
the 100 old missiles.
You'll see.
They're the
You'll
100 old
see what's gonna
missiles.
happen. You'll see.
Yeah, I tell you what happened. I have
You want me to
videos.
tell
I can show
how
you.
many missiles
I
do you want?
can
I'll
send
send them a
you-
message. How many? You want
I
100 or
can
you
show
want 10?
you.
You want 50?
I was staying
Give
at
me your
a
address. I'll tell them.
Okay, I give you my address.
His
1 minute.
was to challenge me to a brawl.
The IDF
And when I
spokesman.
refused, he
If you
accused
want,
me
I can
of being
send you the video that we
Diaspora.
showed.
You're gonna
1
send
minute, the
diaspora.
video of the missiles in Iran. When Israel bombed them,
Giuliano
Daniel
the hair.
Agari guy or
From
whatever,
the
the one
hair.
that points to
stand
everything.
up
What?
The one who's
Listen,
pretending there are Hamas tunnels, meanwhile they're your own
outside the
tunnels.
barracks.
You know what?
Okay.
You know what?
That spokesman.
1 minute.
So I
This
told
one.
him
You
know
guys
what?
still believe what that guy
Skyrim
says?
and by
Let me
desire
ask you
for
something.
penance.
If Israel built the shelters from us,
This was a
why
remark.
Hamas built
Courage
these
of
attack tunnels?
Nissan. They built
Saying if they build tunnels and you stop
Wait.
killing women and children?
Nissan. Israel built those shelters for sexual purposes, not for defense. We all know that. We've
What?
seen them in New York. We've seen them all over New York. And the difference is, you may even have even stinkier
For what? For what?
bed sheets and stuff. You know, bed mattresses. That's probably what they have down there in those shelters. Goodness knows, it must be disgusting.
So let me tell you the truth. It's not just the shelters. You have a shelter. From the old houses, you have shelters. From the new houses, you have one room in your house that's built it from concrete. So you don't need to go to the shelters. You can go to this room in the new houses. You can go to this room in the houses that built in the last 20 years. I don't need to go to the shelters. I have a room. It's called Mamad. Mamad is a room that's built from the concrete. You don't need to go to the shelter. So don't tell me why we built a shelter.
You like living that way? Not knowing when you have to keep going to the shelter or your special room, your jerk-off room, whatever you do there.
I like my house. I like my
Is that a good way to live? You're in the middle of watching your gay porn and then you gotta run into the
I like my house. I like my country. I worked I work with
Well,
Arabs.
what
Which
counts
country is
as
that?
work
Is that
in Israel
Serbia
these
or
days? What
Croatia?
kind? What you working at a checkpoint? You go around girls, sexually assault girls? Is that work?
Yeah. Okay.
Which country do you
Yeah,
like? Is
yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
Serbia
You're
or
not
Croatia?
denying it.
I work with Arabs, and all of them tell me, I
Aren't
don't
they're
want to live in
Palestinians,
a
not
I
Arabs.
don't want to live in a Arab's country. I love to live in Israel.
You're living in
So
an Arab country. You're living in Palestine. You just call it Israel. It's Palestine. There's no such thing as
Palestine,
Israel.
Palestine is the name
No
of
one recognizes Israel. 140 countries say Palestine. Yeah, what's Israel?
Okay, so call it however you want to call it. But
We don't want to look. We don't want you to talk about what you know the stuff that you talk about with your when you go out on a date. All right, with whoever it is that you go out with. Right. We want to speak with facts here. All right.
yeah. I talk you to
Do
in
you
fact.
think that Iran? Do you think that Iran's nuclear program has been destroyed now? Are you happy now?
I don't know if it's destroyed, but
Set back, maybe
yeah, setback. Yeah,
a few years.
yeah.
You're going to be in for a big surprise, my friend. You're going to be in for a
Okay,
big
maybe,
surprise.
but you ask if I am happy? Yeah, because if country says 40 years death for Israel, yeah, of course, I'm happy they didn't have a
What if they started their nuclear program next week? What would you do then? What would you feel?
what I can do. We fight.
Exactly nothing. Because
No,
what you're gonna see
we
is you're gonna wake up one day, you
okay.
know, if you're out from outside your shelter and you're gonna see your house completely destroyed, and you think, oh my God, Iran's missiles.
Okay, if the you say what you wish, I don't know.
It's not what I wish. It's just what's gonna happen.
No, I tell you why. I tell you why. No, because you saw what the Mossad do in Iran. We have the Mossad, we have the Shin Bet. We can know whatever they think that we can't know. No, we can know.
Didn't the Shin
So
Bet help kill Yitzhak Rabin? Shin
what?
Bet was working with Yigal Amir and he assassinated Yitzhak Rabin. So your own Shin Bet kills your own prime minister. How do you feel about that?
This is propaganda. This is not.
Oh, it's propaganda. What do you believe? A 21-year-old kid just shot your prime minister? You think he did that on his own? You
Yeah,
really
of
believe Shin
course.
Bet was involved?
You saw people that try to kill Trump. Yeah, of course.
Hey,
That's you people. That's
Isn't
you
that
people.
anti-Semitic?
You people
That's Jew
trying to
on Jew
kill Trump.
crime. Why are Jews killing each other? What's going on?
Why some Arabs kill some Arabs?
Well, I
Why
thought Jews are
Iran?
special. I
Why
thought Jews are the
why
chosen ones.
Iran? No. Let me ask you. Why Iran fight with Iraq? It's Muslim with a Muslim. What happened?
Because the U.S. installed a CIA agent in Iraq and then told them to go invade Iran so they could steal the oil. That's why. Steal the oil resources.
So why
do Jews kill other Jews?
People.
Why do Jews kill other Jews? Is it for shekels or is it because you wouldn't give it up?
Look, why Iraq fight with Kuwait? What I can ask you, Christian not fight with Christian. It's happened. This is human being.
You guys start all the wars. That's why they fight. You start the wars.
We start the wars.
Yeah, you start all the wars. That's right.
We
go and invade. You go and you lie. You cause invasions. You guys drafted, for instance, the clean break memo and then PNAC to go and invade 7 countries in 5
when
years.
When you say you, when you say you mean the Jewish?
The Jews, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, when you divorce your husband...
I mean, Richard Pearl was a Jew, right? David Wormser was a Jew. Doug Faith was a Jew. Paul Wolfowitz was a Jew.
Yeah.
Bill Kristol was a Jew. Robert Kagan was a Jew. These are all Jews that wrote memos to go and invade other countries. So the Jews start the wars.
Yeah.
You write the memo. The problem is you go and tell everybody about it, and then you're like, "Oh, why do you blame the Jews?" Yeah. Because you keep telling everybody.
No, okay. The problem of the world is the Jews. This is the problem. Without the Jews, the world would.
Without the Jews, the world's a better place. Yeah, I agree. There's no more usury. There's no more degeneracy. No more LGBTQ.
Yeah.
No more, sexy time between men. Life is better, right? Man, woman, as God intended. Why are there so many faggots in Israel? Can you explain?
You use now in a cell phone or in a computer now?
What do you care what I'm using? I just asked you a question. Why are there so many faggots in? Why are there so many faggots in Israel? Why are so many homos in Israel? Why? Why you like touching other men?
Who invited all these?
Why don't you like women? What's wrong with you?
What?
Why don't you like women? How come there's so many faggots in Israel?
We like women. Why not? We like women. Why not?
Lesbians like women. Why gay men like men? Why are there so many gays in Israel? I'm just asking. They say that Tel Aviv's the gayest city in the world. Israel's the gayest country in the world. Why?
I can tell you why.
Is it something in the water?
No, because
No,
in
What's going on?
no, because in
Is
our
it part of the
country,
religion?
because in our country you kill them. You kill them. Yeah.
But all the straight men died because they went to war, so there's just faggots left. Is that what you're saying? I'm confused.
America. Are you saying America? You said America and Europe kill the gays, and so they go to Israel. Oh, he's gone.
It's good to ask him about his lingerie collection, but he left. I'm wondering what colors he likes.
Truth, like, listen, not on the space, right? Whatever you're into privately, I don't need to know about. I don't want to know about that collection, but.
Well, I
each
mean,
to their
so
own,
on.
bro.
They publicized it. It wasn't.
Yeah, but I don't want to know
they
about
put
his.
up TikTok
I don't
videos.
want to know about his lingerie collection. Why do you want to know about it? Right, Margaret.
See if it's for him or his boyfriend.
Margaret Trump supporters say it's just an airstrike. Trump hasn't taken us to war. Let's look at that. This tweet's the nest. America supplies bombs to Israel to launch at Iran. America sends billions to Israel to fund the war. America supplies missile defense systems to Israel. America actively intercepts Iranian missiles. America launches B-2 bomber airstrikes on Iran. America assists Israeli air superiority in real time. America provides live intelligence to Iranian targets. America stations U.S. warships to back Israeli strikes. America deploys troops and special forces to assist Israel. America enforces crushing sanctions to cripple Iran for Israel. America provides emergency weapon shipments for Israel. America provides air refueling for Israeli jet strike in Iran. America expands U.S. military bases aimed at Iran. And America launches cyber attacks on Iran's military systems. What that demonstrates is like how involved the United States of America is, and B, how the Israelis cannot. Basically, they talk about might is right, but there's nothing might about the Israelis. The Israelis literally rely on the United States of America for all aspects of life.
That's anti-Semitic.
Also, guys,
That's anti-Semitic.
I think you need to send that to Doc. He's a little bit confused about how things work. He thinks Israel just kind of figured it all out on its own, and Trump and America had nothing to do with it.
You can't say facts. That's anti-Semitic.
Speaking of anti-Semitic, HR 5 is sitting in Congress right now, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm waiting for Trump to roll that out, sign it, and I'm going to all my material will be taken down. But guess what? I'm not going to stop talking.
That's anti-Semitic, Andrew.
Oh, snap! Did I say that? But no, HR 5, we know about that, right? Mike Johnson, that little face, sweet little face, that Zionist up there, HR 5, right? House Speaker. Five of those items listed. Now, my King James Bible, I am an anti-Semite because my King James Bible tells me in 3 clear locations the Jews crucified Jesus Christ. That's anti-Semitic. Let's go. Acts chapter 5, verse 26. I will obey God rather than man.
Aren't they making that where you're not allowed to say that in America?
Yes. I have a blog on it. I'll post it there. But this is very alarming. I went through it. HR 5. It's a House resolution bill. And Mike Johnson, that Zionist Christian little choir boy looking face, he has championed it. And you got Paula White in there as Trump's secretary or director of faith in the White House. They received a letter from the Sanhedrin. I read it. And guess what? It says it's the Noahide laws. That's what Trump wants to roll out. That's the plan. And Mike Johnson's pushing up what they're going to do. They're going to come out. This group here, we got a bunch of anti-Semites in here, and including me, according to them. And I wrote, anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. I even have Jewish rabbis proving it's not. And also, my Bible says it's not. But this HR 5 literally has 3, and I have it in my blog, 3 items listed in HR 5 are in my King James Bible that are considered anti-Semitic.
So the legislation he's referring to, it leaves a definition up to an international organization outside the legal bounds of America. So they can change this, like updating a Wikipedia page on what they mean for every 6 months, every year. So like even like this, they basically put such a strict definition that like he's saying the religious text he used is banned within the text. Like it's actually pretty explicit within the current resolution. So it's a real big issue. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but all the grants in America now, if you're going to study like a heart attack, the first thing you have to do is not piss off Israel because they can take back your grant money and then you owe the government money. So if it's like a 10-year study, you have to, and you're in the 9th or 8th year, you have to pay 8 years of salary for you and all the team working on it. And these are huge studies. So that's millions of dollars you owe. And it's now any health study in America, because it's through the NIH, implements this. It also takes away affirmative action. But the second clause is anything referring to an embargo on Israel, which includes calling for not giving them bombs. It's a pretty loose definition. So now if you want to study or get money in over a couple thousand universities on most scientific fields, you now need to be obedient to that. And if one of your students writes on social media he's supporting Palestine in a way they don't like, the entire study is at risk. This means all the scientists, politics is the first thing that you now have to do if you're completely nonpartisan. It is a part of your study. And I don't know if you guys have heard of that.
Yeah, I've heard of that. It's part of that anti-BDS movement, isn't it? In states. So they did it for school teachers, and now they're doing it for scientists. And again, you have to look at the fine print in some of these contracts, and you'll find it there, especially in American American biotech companies, which is actually quite crazy, to be honest. I know it was Gilead Sciences. They've got that in their contracts where you can't advise Israel.
Yeah, and it goes a little bit further because a lot of these Ivy League institutions have corporations. Like Harvard Corporation is much bigger than the university itself, and it's like the prime actor on Wall Street. So these policies are also aimed at getting financial institutions that are some of the biggest in America to be able to fund these things and to fund certain programs. So it's kind of like ESG was used by BlackRock to get people to conform to their versions of environmental goals. Now that's happening with Israel at the policy level, at the university level, and then also going over these incredibly powerful hedge funds. So most Ivy Leagues are actually hedge funds, and they're some of the biggest actors on how much your house costs, how much your car costs. Like all these are adjusted by these people. And the leverage there is to get a few new members who might be a little bit more friendly, if you know what I mean, on those boards. So now they have control over some of our financial institutions as well, which is, important.
Yeah, I mean, these Ivy League schools, they got endowments of tens of billions of dollars that they invest in all sorts, and again, when you look at the head, 13 out of is it the 16 Ivy Leagues? How many? I don't know how many they are. But
they defunded all like over 20 universities already.
There's only 8.
Oh, there's only 8, right?
Yeah, but the top 20 schools have already been targeted for funding removal.
Yeah. But it's crazy. I mean, the owners again. There's a significant amount of the ownership there. The ownership structure of the top 20 schools in the States. I think 13 of them are the not owners. The heads of those schools are Jewish or pro-Zionist. It's just crazy. It's just getting to the point where, and they're implementing policies that are really anti-democratic. Whereas the bedrock of, we all know that the bedrock of American universities has been the fact that the freedom of speech, the first, second Amendment rights, etc. So, yeah, again, a lot of the peaceful activism that's happened in the United States happened through these universities, but now they're shutting down. I don't think I mean, Trump accelerated, but I think even Kamala Harris should have done something similar, although a lot less sort of in your face, a lot less obvious, in my opinion. So both sides. I mean, you heard Biden at the time. He was trying to arrest them. They said we should arrest these students. We should arrest these universities. And obviously they put pressure on. They removed. Is it the Columbia University head that they removed?
No, it's Harvard.
It's Harvard, was it? Okay.
The Columbia University president did turn over as well, though. But real quick, it is, depending on where you look, it's either 5 or 6 out of the 8 Ivies when the president's office are Jewish. So I just figured I'd throw that in there.
Yeah, it's like whether it's the universities, you know, the NFL or whatever it is, you know, or the top hedge funds or the top banks. It's just crazy. They're all concentrated.
Yeah, it's just a coincidence. That's just a coincidence.
I do delineate between Jewish and Zionist, obviously, right? So these institutions, right? I mean, there's obviously a lot of people that are getting arrested on the same campuses that are Jewish. So like, and they're getting hit by these policies. So they're on both sides of this thing, the population. So at the end of the day, what's important is that also the National Guard is what 50% of the troops come from in these wars, and they have anti-BDS legislation in like 26 states. So the National Guard has to be sent to some of these conflicts, because if you put something down saying, hey, we don't want to send like Alabama's troops to Iraq or whatever, or in this case, Iran, you can't do that. You can't introduce that because of the state laws that go against the freedom of speech. So even though they're technically federally illegal, it's kind of like with cannabis. At the state level in California, it's legal, but federally it's not. They've done that with sending troops abroad. So now we have to send these freaking kids who aren't even trained for special forces or anything into the front lines with some of the least funding and the least training. And so that's a big part of this equation.
Yeah, I mean, you're more likely to United States are more likely to attack Canada than they would ever attack Israel. It's just crazy.
Experiences. Do you want to jump in? Distinct, can you hear us? I think your mic's not connected.
Joe, do you want to speak? Well, Distinct connect.
Yeah, sure. Hey guys, I've been listening all day and researching all day.
That's anti-Semitic, Joe.
Well, when you hear what I have to say, I think you'll be...
Stop noticing, Joe. Stop noticing.
So, look, some things that I've discovered today, just some things from studies that have been done and things of that nature. This doesn't look good for several reasons. There were, I think, Truth mentioned it earlier today, Millennium Challenge, which shows Iran. And it shows we would win because they're not going to fight you straightforward. America does have the most mightiest army in the world, but when it comes to examples and warfare, Iran used $30 million of drones, for example, and that was part of the.
You know how much an MQ-9 Reaper drone cost?
$1,000?
No, $30 million.
Oh, you're talking about the U.S. one, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. See the price discrepancy?
Yeah, and then you can see they'll probably do that because you can see when they did True Promise 1, they launched 300 drones. That cost them roughly $15 million. They said these.
No, dude, it was more than that. First of all, it was 140 drones, and the rest were cruise and ballistic missiles. It cost them about 70 or 80 million.
not from what I saw today, from reports from several different governments. Truth, 15
Okay,
to 30
but it
million.
wasn't 300 drones.
They said 10 to 30 million dollars, and that it cost the Israeli $1 billion to defend it. Right. So regardless, even if your number's correct, even if it's 80 million, they spent 80. Israel had to spend $1 billion. Right. And that's where Iran has a huge advantage. Right. And they even said that they designed that attack in True Promise 1 not to cause any damage. So you can believe that or not. But here's the big problem is Iran is not a huge threat to Israel. It does not have a nuke. Israel does have partners that will shoot down missiles, blah, blah, blah. It can damage them, but it can't destroy them. But to Saudi Arabia, it is a huge threat. Saudi Arabia cannot go against Iran. They compete with each other. They're kind of quiet enemies. And ever since MBS came to power, he's cozied up to America, which has helped him cozy up to Israel, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? So you have the Israeli lobby, you have the Christians for Zionism, or whatever the hell they're called. You have that pact that Nikki Haley was paid millions from, the anti-nuke Iran lobby, which was started a few years ago. All of them together are bigger than the pensioners, makes them the number one combined, makes them the number one lobby group in America. All of them pushing for U.S. to go attack Iran. Trump also wants to attack Iran, and the reason why he wants to attack Iran is because he blames the global elites for costing him the 2020 election. So he's cozying up with the deep state, the war hawks, the ones that want us in war. Why? Because he needs some elites in his corner, and that's why you don't see a lot of banks going to his thing. You see technocrats in his office, right? Because he needs the money, he needs the influence. And instead of going to the banks, which are seen as the global elites, typically lean a bit more left, as you see BlackRock does, he's going more to the right, and he wants the global elites out. I'm losing. Looks like I'm losing my connection. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Keep going, Joe. We can hear you.
But I would point out
Those
cryptos.
technocrats, many of them are liberal lefties too, by the way. They might have flipped to support Trump. That was an exception, but they usually support Democrats.
Yeah, and like, didn't he get about 60% of his wealth in the last couple months? So from crypto, I think he just dropped. But yeah, do you think crypto plays any role? Because I mean, traditional banking, aren't they heavily leveraged into crypto? So when crypto funds a political candidate, doesn't that kind of give a lot of international banking a blessing, because they're heavily into crypto, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by crypto, but so I mean, since a year and a half ago, some of the big entities like BlackRock, Fidelity, the major institutions, they're now allowed to carry ETFs where they can hold your Bitcoin, in their possession. Essentially, they can hold custody of your crypto, so they can now, essentially buy and sell within that ETF, capture gains, etc., and trade within it. So you passed off the rights to your crypto there. So
Yeah,
it's not so much that they're heavily invested, but BlackRock was accumulating Bitcoin for a while. That's true.
Yeah, and early on in crypto, like one of the financial institutions, a lot of their secret little books is they have crypto on the side of a lot of their investments, the individuals themselves as well as the institutions. But you're right, over the last year and a half, there's been a lot of laws that have allowed them to leverage like marketplaces as well as directly owning the currency. So what I'm just saying is, like, if that's one of your main investors, which crypto was, and you can see with like Palantir, and how like a bunch of people, the administrations are Palantir, the vice president is Palantir, the Intel people are Palantir. They're getting juicy contracts to make a central OS of the system and surveil everybody. That's also super important in this administration. And also the intel they get on the ground for the drones in Israel, a lot of what the evaluation on the battlefield of how amazing Israel's doing is coming through them, right? So, like, they're a part of the decision-making process, are they not?
Yeah, they definitely have some sway and influence. I agree.
So what do you guys think can be done to like make this better? I keep coming back to that because for me, it's always about the solutions because I know the problems are going to come. These are all predictable. A few years ago, a couple of people on this stage probably predicted this, right? To a significant degree. And so maybe not Iran, but like some big war. So what can be done like to pull crypto back to maybe decentralize it more so it's not funding just, you know, establishment candidates and it's providing funding for alternative candidates, or using oil somehow and getting it to be like what the EU was, where the Oil and Steel Commission after World War II, where they combined the economies of the region, because France and Germany would never think about bombing each other today. Like, do you guys think
Sorry,
that?
Levi, hold that thought. I've just brought Jared back up. Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
Enjoy your last
Simon, that was
breath.
pretty crazy what just happened. I had to restart that 3 times.
Zio attack.
Seems like it, to be honest.
Let me just give this breaking news, Joe, and I'll give it right back to you.
Go ahead.
Iran's supreme leader makes a statement. This is his first public statement since the US joined the Israeli attacks on Iran. And he said, quote, "The punishment continues. The Zionist enemy has made a big mistake." So let me try that again. The punishment continues. The Zionist enemy has made a big mistake, committed a big crime. It must be punished, and it is being punished. It's being punished right now. That is the statement of Ayatollah Habade. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. So, just to continue, so you have Israel, the Israeli lobby wanting us to go into Iran. You have Donald Trump wanting to go to Iran. You have Saudi Arabia and Qatar and all their other Middle Eastern countries that are funding Donald Trump and giving him money, wanting us to go into Iran. Although publicly they're saying something slightly different, but their moves have been very much in support of us going into there. So in reality, you start to play it out, and you start to say, okay, what does Israel want? And the ultimate goal for Israel, as we all know, as multiple leaders from Israel has said, has been greater Israel. What has stopped them from getting greater Israel? A lot of times it is the U.S. Although we say that we give them a lot of support, don't forget we give a lot of support to the other parties as well. Right? I honestly believe that Israel wants U.S. to go to war. U.S. will lose. Iran will also lose. They will not be strong. Israel can take over. America will probably leave assets there, just like they did in Afghanistan. Israel will be able to grab those, and now Israel controls a lot of the world's oil. That's when that's when the prophecy starts to come true, that the world turns against Israel, and that's pretty much the end. It sounds like a really crazy theory, but when you actually go through what a lot of people who teach, geopolitics, a lot of the studies that have been done, a lot of the things that are working together behind the scenes. Look, we've always done regime change. Regime change requires 3 things. One of them, we start to bomb first, then we use propaganda. I don't think those things are, and then we fund some of the minority groups in the region. I don't think that's going to work as well as it has in the past because no one believes CNN anymore, or very few people believe CNN except for the boomers. We already bombed them. And Iran's a bit different when it comes to the minority groups. They all see themselves as Persians. They don't see themselves as completely separate. They have very large historical ties. I honestly believe before Trump is out of office, we have boots on the ground in Iran, and things will not look good, and Israel will be taking advantage of the fact that America and Iran are both losing. It's a pretty scary situation, and I don't think, Simon, to be honest, I don't even think crypto plays into it, except for the fact that you can get off the dollar, which is going to tank. And And if anyone wants access to all the research I've done, which is probably like over 120 pages, I'd freely share the research, but you can check it out for yourself and make your own decision. I put it into like a notebook LLM, so you can ask it questions. But it's pretty damning and pretty concrete, and you know, I think we start going to the Strait of Hormuz now, and you'll start seeing aircraft carriers being taken out by drones. And then we're going to be sending at least 100,000 troops into Iran, which are not going to fare well. And I think you will see a second civil war in America when that starts to happen. And this is very far played out, and it might sound really crazy, but you can ask Soleiman and truth. I'm not typically the crazy guy painting pictures here.
So, what was that? Sorry, Joe. What did you make? You said it was some kind of LLM program?
Yeah, Google lets you put in all your research into like a single LLM, and then it only pulls the information from the LLM.
Google, the single biggest machine in history that can change political elections in 180 countries. Yeah, we'll trust them. I was joking. But, you know, they can change elections by 20 points from India to South Carolina. But, so that might affect your results slightly. But have you ever tried another LLM, perhaps?
Levi, it's different. This LLM is only uses the source that you feed it, only uses the material that you have. Any media can sway elections. Google happens to be one of the biggest, and it can no longer do that now that Google is on the downturn. That's why they just increased rates for all people who have Gmail, because they're losing money out the ass because of everyone starting to use AI and for search instead of Google.
Yeah, they definitely still do it. I was just in the Indian elections a couple months ago, like some local stuff, and they were deleting any of the candidates that disagreed with like Californian social ideas, if you get what I mean. Like they just wipe you off. The people don't even know you're running, because Google's used in India too for any political stuff.
They can push the information of the candidate they want to anyone they want.
Yeah, and then they decrease people being able to find you. You're like on the 40th page, they don't like you. And nobody goes from the 40th page or past the first page, really. But I get what you're saying, and it's what you're basically saying is it's like an offline LLM that you can use, like a GPT. Yeah, that's fine. That's cool.
The problem is that
Just some breaking news. I'm seeing that there's interceptor missiles launched over Elia in Israel. So some interceptor missiles have launched over Elia. So I'm just looking for some more information on that before I start talking about it. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing at the moment.
likely from Yemen, if that's the case. I think the problem with AI is that their answers are, you know, AI is just results matches, and they base their answers on whatever's on search engines like Google anyways.
Yeah, but I'm not using AI for what I did.
Sure.
It's different. There's something called Notebook.
Yeah.
You put in your own source of information, and that LLM can only use the information that you give it.
Yeah. I mean, it's based on the data that you provide. Exactly. I'm saying that for ChatGPT, I'm not talking about your work, but generally, it's just if we're going to be replacing Google with things like ChatGPT or Claude or whatever, where is the data coming from? In your case, the data is from you, and you researched it pretty well, which is good. But where is the data going to come from in the future if no one's going to be using these search engines?
That's true. People still write articles though and things like that. Yeah, and it tries to do somewhat of a good job, but you're right. They are biased. I mean, if I go in and I ask Grok, for example, and I've done this and I have the link where I say, who has started the most wars in the Middle East, or who has started the most conflicts in the Middle East, it won't say, it'll say Iran. If I say, no BS, be unbiased, it'll tell me Israel, right? So it really depends on how you prompt these things, right? My biggest worry about the statement I made earlier, which I know people...
Ask what the age of consensus in Judaism is. Let's find out.
My biggest worry is if Americans don't stand up as soon as you start hearing talks about us sending troops to Iran, I think we're done, right? And that's what I want to make really, really clear. And a lot of people are like, oh, we're not going to send troops. Trump is the anti-war president. And you hear people already saying, oh, we only sent planes. He didn't start a war. Watch. Give it. This is not going to go quickly. This is not going to end in 2 months. You'll start hearing about us sending troops over there. And if American people don't act fast enough, we're going to get fucked. We really are. And the American people, not because of the military, but because willpower will shift because of it.
Yeah, and does Yemen, real quick, does Yemen have the ability to send over any missiles? I mean, I know they tried like 1 or 2, but like, is that an actual component to this conflict that they'll also be able to lob over a bunch of missiles, or is that not in their capacity?
Yeah, they've done it before. Drones too.
Oh, okay. So like how big? Like, is it substantial? Like they could actually like make a difference, or symbolic?
They're more like the wife. Yeah, but they're more like the wife throwing plates at the guy that her husband's fighting than the guy fighting. You know what I mean? It's not.
So
it causes some damage, can hurt them. It helps, but it's not significant.
A little pipsqueak like you think they can take it. Is that the best you can do?
Yeah, I was just waiting for somebody to go, but I do have another point on that issue, which is that, as you guys have already said many times in the space, and I think it's bears repeating, and we should probably repost it too, because it's getting a little bit lower. But yeah, we repost the space because it's a great conversation with you guys here, and you literally, this is the only place you can go on X right now and actually hear different opinions. Well, we definitely, on this group right here, we have a lot of different perspectives. And what I was just going to say really quick was just that Israel, with its missile capacity, I think everybody knows on here the math is bad for Israel, because there's no way, if at a 7-to-1 ratio, what is it per missile, both the cost and the availability of them, like at a certain point in the next week, they probably will need America to step in, right? Otherwise they just can't defend themselves because they won't be able to run Iron Dome. I mean, there's the hypersonics can get through anyways, but I'm just saying, like, instead of 10% getting through or 5%, it'll be like, 80% plus, right? It was just a sea change in the battlefield. So are you guys just expecting everything to ramp up in the next few days?
I personally think, yeah, eventually. I mean, I'm hoping it starts tonight, or at least in the morning. But I just think that Iran has to continue. They've already been attacked on their own sovereign soil, so they need to demonstrate that something to demonstrate their sovereignty and their power. So that needs to continue, I think. And as the Russians said, they've opened the Pandora's box. The United States and Israel.
Who said that in Russia? You guys said that earlier. I didn't get who said that. Is it like a foreign ambassador? Or?
Yeah. Both UN ambassador for Russia, yeah. Solomon's got it in his tweet.
Yeah, do you guys think there's any chance they'll step in even though they're overextended in Ukraine? You guys said that earlier, I think, right? That they're really busy, and so maybe they won't kick in, but they'll just send arms or money.
Yeah, I think them funding Ukraine is probably, the United States funding Ukraine is probably not going to happen now, because they know Well, I mean, Trump has just been against that, the Trump administration. That's one of the positives coming out of the Trump being elected. But otherwise, yeah, and you can tell he's being forced to do Israel dirty work.
I thought you said Nolvus and he provided him more weapons recently because he really wanted that mineral deal. But in terms of breaking news, speaking of Trump says this is going to bring you into the resistance. Trump says the U.S. obliterated Iran's said, quote, monumental damage to all nuclear sites in Iran, as shown by the satellite images. Obliteration is an accurate term. The white structure shown is embedded deeply into the rock, with even its roof well below ground level and completely shielded from flame. The biggest damage took place far below ground level. Bullseye. Resistance.
Right. Okay. So in the purple pill, I linked another post from Trillium who sent me this actually, and it's from Mike Hanovic. He's a structural engineer as well. He's got some experience in this, and I can read it out if you like. What we see in pre and post strike satellite imagery at the impact locations appears to resemble a subsidence crater. A subsidence crater forms when an underground explosion causes the overlying material to collapse into the void left behind. Unlike a traditional blast crater, which involves literal failure of the underground cavities, often leaving subtle depressions with minimal surface disruption. In military terms, a subsidence crater can be a signature of a failed or partial penetration where the weapon either detonates in a shaft or small or soft to medium, e.g. Gravel, soil, fails to reach the intended depth, or triggers collapse in a tunnel or void below the surface. Signs of a subsidence crater in post-strike imagery. Shallow depression, and he's linked the actual images. Shallow depression, not sharp or fresh looking like a direct impact. No surrounding blast pattern or fragmentation. No signs of high temperature surface exposure, scorching or soot. Minimal disruption to nearby structures. Now, this type of crater suggests the bomb may have entered a void or shaft, real or decoy. The explosions may have caused a localized collapse, not structural destruction. The target was likely not deeply affected unless the collapse intersected a critical node, e.g. a tunnel access or ventilation route. If Iran built in structural void layers or decoys, a subsidence crater might be exactly what they wanted attackers to hit. It supports the idea of hitting a camouflage trap, a deception shaft, or false structural target. Even if real tunnels were collapsed, redundancy and clearance teams could restore functionality in weeks. Bottom line, a subsidence crater is not proof of a successful deep penetration, but possibly of a failed attempt to achieve one or a successful deception by the defenders.
Do you think like a bad case scenario is they hit the desalination plants of all the countries on the Gulf so that nobody has water? Because then they'll be busy just getting water for the next few weeks and not be able to help with all the bases. Because all those bases need water, right? And it comes from desalination.
I mean, for the Fordo, are you talking about Fordo facility or just the base?
No, I'm saying, they're afraid of an Iranian counterattack, but then they're saying don't hit our bases because then America gets involved. The way that they could get around that is by hitting the desalination plants, because it takes forever to get those things going, and the whole millions and millions of people in multiple countries would not have water. So then they would have to prioritize that, and then all the troops would be carrying water around, and they wouldn't be able to engage for months and maybe years because they have no freaking water. They don't have enough bottled water to feed, Dubai. It's just not possible. So if they just target the water facilities, there's only a tiny handful, instead of, military bases, which would then get America more involved, because, that's not technically American, right? So Like that's one of the things I heard brought up by strategists, and I thought that'd be pretty messed up because then all the countries that are not aligned with them around them would be really busy, and it'd be quite terrifying.
Sure. I just wanted to just get back to this, what Trump said and what this guy said. I mean, TLDR, he's basically saying that the impacts look so superficial, that it looks shallow, and actually it's denoted by the subsidence crater, which is formed by as a result of the because it was so shallow that it looks like it was already backfilled at the top of the backfilled by the dust by the explosions that it created from that shallowish type penetration. And so that's why you see this sort of crater formation, which shows, because it's quite, if it was really, really deep, you'd see a much larger indentation and likely a much deeper hole, but actually it's actually been filled in. The backfill has been all the way to the top, and so you get this subsidence type crater, which is basically what I said, in the sense that these structures, the 6 puncture holes, which obviously they join together, the 3 puncture holes in each site, so you've got 6 in total. The 3 merge together as a result of the blast of each one, because they were right next to each other, and because it's shallow, because they didn't really add, they weren't adding deeper penetration to one another. They were actually indenting into the actual mountain at the same level, each of them, all 3 of them, for each site. And so it was a shallow penetration. That's what caused the shape of that crater, which causes because of the explosion type, the ash and the exploded rock in the sedimentary layer. There's only one way to go, and it just goes up, and then it just goes all the way, goes up through the hole, shoots, and falls back down again, and creates this shallow sort of indentation, and this sort of subsidence layer. And so that's what you're seeing. So I don't believe if there's another sort of explosions expert that can come on, and if he says something different, I don't know what. I doubt that they would say something different, to be honest. Anyone that would look at these pictures and say, yeah, this is really deep and it was likely to hit the Fordo and it would have destroyed it, I just don't believe they would be genuine. Just looking at those satellite images. I mean, Trump is relying on the fact that nobody, the layman, the average layman, will just have to take his word for it. They won't know. So with regards to that, again, just Trump is just doubling down. But I think everybody knows. I think that is, the intelligence community knows that they didn't do anything, and the Israelis definitely know. I mean, it's already coming out in the media, in the Israeli media, saying that they're lying to us. There was a post on the Telegram from channel, I don't know what it was, an expert from channel. They brought in an expert who said that they're lying to us, and that it hasn't been destroyed or damaged.
And these aren't the photos they would use if they want to show the damage. As of 10 years ago, they have a new technology for nuclear stuff detection they use in shipping crates, muon tomography. And with like 10 sensors they could use, they could see through and get a high resolution image of all the materials in the room and all the different people in the room. And so like over a 2-week period.
No,
so.
yeah, there is that, yeah, but this is probably 700 meters. I don't know how
You can go 2 miles with muon tomography.
Okay, yeah, potentially. That's true. They would show it if they did have that penetrative capacity to identify the structures within underneath the actual mountain ridge. But again, you can't use these images. I mean, just from these images, that disproves the fact that, especially given the fact that we know how far deep the Fordo facility is, and we know that the Iranians would never build it right near the top of the mountain, just 80 to 90 meters below the top. It makes no sense. So
yeah, part of the reason they wouldn't show those photos is it would confirm that they don't have a weapon. So that's another reason why you wouldn't want to show those photos. Is if like your whole reason for attacking is that they have them, and then your photos show they don't. Like that's probably not good evidence. So yeah.
yeah, I don't believe I don't even believe 30 or even 50 GBU 57s would be able to penetrate through that mountain towards Fordo. Only because I've heard people like even Scott Ritter who said that they had to literally drop something like 50, or, not bunker busting bombs, but similar to a mass ordnance penetrators, and it still didn't even penetrate deep enough within. He said it still didn't fully destroy it and didn't penetrate a few floors below the ground level. So, and that was in Iraq. He said we were doing that. So the U.S. Army was doing that. So I don't know, but it doesn't sound like these non-nuclear conventional weapons or bombs would be destructive enough to damage the Fordo facility.
Do you think they'll use chemical weapons to get down there?
Why would they use chemical weapons? Oh, as in like they go in and
if you drop chemical weapons or biological agents, I mean, you can get in there, it just spreads through the people, gets down there, it gets through the ventilation systems.
Yeah, but they would have been evacuated.
No, I meant when attacking.
Yeah, I know, but the people inside would have been evacuated.
No, they're dead.
No. So they would have already been. So it's already been clear. There's satellite images show that they've already evacuated.
Oh, right. So that's no. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that they used it. I'm saying, like, in the future, as this gets to be a full-blown war and it goes Iraq or the direction of Libya over the next few weeks, months, why would they take that off the table? I mean, they don't play by the rules, anyways.
Full-blown war. They're not going to resume their nuclear program during a full-blown war, knowing full well that it still will be a target again. So I don't think so. They'll only resume that during peacetime when there's a permanent ceasefire. So I don't believe that would be, and biological weapons won't be an option. I don't know why it would be, because you're not really attacking the structure. I mean, humans are replaceable, scientists are replaceable, and then you can just decontaminate the area, even if you found them all dead, if that was even a successful operation. So it doesn't sound like you really have to. I mean, again, the whole idea of bombing destroying a facility such as Fordo, knowing that Iran has the capacity to just build another one, you're probably just delaying it back a year at most, I'd say, given how important the nuclear facility is to Iranians and the IRGC for their medical purposes and energy purposes. And if they built 3 already, they could build another one. If they destroy, they can build them in quick time. They can build the centrifuges. They can build every those reactor facility. They can build and manufacture in-house within Iran. So nothing has been like. It's not like they relied like previously, like a couple of decades ago. They relied on German Siemens type Siemens centrifuges, and then Siemens was pressured not to sell Iran any, and so they went back to the drawing board and built their own. It's not like that. Now they build their own, so everything they do is sustainable inside Iran, which is great for them. So you can't remove that capability anymore. It's again, the technology, the information, the blueprints, the plans. That's all in some central server within the Iranian military, and probably decentralized to some degree, in the sense they got several servers of those scattered all across, and not connected to the internet.
Yeah, I know
So
it sounds a bit naive asking about chemical or biological weapons because they're not often used in these theaters and are not really on the table for a lot of military options. It's just that they still have a bunch of shit left over from the Iran-Iraq war. They've, done a little bit of things in Syria, a little bit of things in Yemen with them. So I just brought it up as like a edge case scenario. I realize that that's not likely to happen. I hope not, for everybody's sake, because that's a ridiculous level of escalation. Because as you pointed out, it's not necessary to actually stopping the thing or to actually getting results. So yeah, I just figured I'd point it out just because there's a history of that in the region.
Like I said, you have to have the Libya model where you actively you regime change and then get them to basically you go in to Iran and dismantle and destroy everything, take all that information out, all that pertains to their nuclear program, everything, rip out all the servers, identify all areas where that information is stored, all the plans, blueprints, etc., and destroy it or take it with you. And obviously you've got a different regime government, and get some idiot like that, Prince Reza, whatever, Pahlavi guy, and tell him never to do anything like that ever again, and just be the puppet servant. And that's all you need to do. That's how you would do it, because as long as the IRGC are there with their whole parliament type governance model that they have there, then you're not going to be able to militarily destroy or remove that nuclear program, the civilian peaceful nuclear program. So everything that they try to do just won't work. The best case is destroying those facilities and sending them back a year or two at most, if that is the case. But they can't even do that.
Do you think they'll pull the classic American coup thing where they'll put in the prince and then just leave the nuclear thing there? And like it completely defeats the purpose of what they said was for the war?
I think when it comes to nuclear, I don't think they'd take the chance. I just think that with nuclear, like they'd just do the Libya model, because they don't want them to have nuclear, because the prince, they can have another revolution there. That idiot prince can be strung up and killed, and you have literally an unknown quantity in the revolting ruling party that could use that for nefarious means, or means that's uncontrollable by them. So I don't think so. Not when it comes to nuclear. For other things, for other technologies, yeah, sure. But not for this one. I mean, they tend to keep, whatever reason they regime change, they tend to they regime change for that reason, but they keep the reason. They never. Yeah, you're right in that sense, but not when it comes to nuclear, in my opinion. I just don't think it's safe to do that. So I think they would follow the Libya model. And look where Libya are now.
Sparkling jewel of Africa, yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is just, divide and conquer. The colonialist rule. So that's why I'm really hoping and praying that Iran doesn't suffer the same fate.
Yeah, because it's even more strategic than Libya, and it's even more central to major regional powers, and it's even larger population, even bigger problem. Yeah, that's a rational thing to be to be scared of, and I think that's probably the most likely outcome, as you said. And I don't know if anybody else here would disagree that complete destruction and like balkanization, I think is the word, or breaking into tribal entities and then them being armed. There's like a central Tehran prince, and then there's like a bunch of outlayers around the group, that maximum instability, so that no one ethnic group or one political group is completely has power, so they can be stable.
Well, ideally, they want to follow the path to Persia doctrine from the Brookings Institute, published in 2009, I believe, where they essentially do that. They balkanize everything, they balkanize the whole area, give some parts to some, and that's how they can control and dictate that region. And obviously it prevents any sort of deals or strategic sort of partnerships with countries like China and Russia deliberately, so which serves their purpose from a colonialist and hegemonic point of view. So yeah, that's what they want to do. And they'll say it's regime change, but actually they don't. Have you noticed they don't say regime change or we want to put democracy there? They never say the word democracy when it comes to Iran, because they got a prince, they got a monarchy there that they want to install. That's what's funny about it. They always talk about regime change, but they never say it's democracy, because Iran's got a democracy. They've got parties there. They've got an election process there. They've got all that, but they want to focus on women's rights, which they don't really know anything about women's rights in Iran. But they always talk about regime change, but not about democracy, not using democracy, which I think is quite hilarious, really, because we know, and you can see in the West, that there is no democracy in the West. There's no true implementation of the correct democracy. It's just all special interests invested that lobby, and the same powers, uni parties tend to get into power, basically, and that's what happens in these sort of corrupt models.
Yeah, I'd say I used to do political analysis for some of these people, and like all roads lead to feudalism. Basically, you can do the socialist road that goes to feudalism, like with the king. You go to the really capitalist, and then they all become monopolies, and that becomes so. Like you have to have decentralization and individual rights in a society. So if we don't respect them as individuals, and any way we treat them, we're going to have massive instability. It doesn't matter what model we apply. Because if you don't respect the individual and they don't have rights and are treated like a human being, you're always going to get a king or de facto oligarchy. So it's just a bit of a waste of time, really, for citizens. I mean, this is very, very profitable war. People are going to get some billionaires out of this, but we're also going to get balkanization or what the containers are made of that we put it in after. I think, and how about
just enjoying a holiday? Like, do you really know why we celebrate this holiday and where it came from? Can you?
A benevolent dictator or benevolent party that has long-term rule, because if you think about it, a democracy, even if you had a good democracy, if you have elections every 4 years, while you might think it's fair, but you might think it's fair and you're giving an opportunity to all parties and all voices. The party that's been elected after 4 years, maybe they just started or they're halfway through some investment or implementations or infrastructure projects in the country, and they've made trade deals with these partners, etc., that are probably uniquely favorable or uniquely tied to that party, and the relationship is tied to that particular party, and then the incumbent party comes in. The new party comes in, takes over from the incumbent, and then they rip up the whole thing and waste billions of pounds or billions of dollars, and take the country in a different path. And then after that, and they think that's a good way, they think that's the right path, and all of a sudden, actually, they get again ousted by another party, and so on and so on. So there are, and that's in an almost perfect sort of democracy setup. So imagine this sort of current setup. It just, unfortunately, just for me, democracy just doesn't seem to work in the West because of the lobbyists and the special interests that really just take over the democratic process.
Yeah, I push back on that because I would say that, there are lobbyists in kingdoms, obviously, right? There are special interests in kingdoms. It's the king. And the way that it works is that they always put nepotistic people around them that are incompetent. So you get a hierarchy of not the most merit-based people, maybe for one generation, but his son or grandson will screw it up. That's why no billionaire family in the history of the world ever makes it past 3 generations on average. So like all the wealthiest like people in every country throughout history, except for one family in Spain, I think it is 11 generations, but everybody else after by their grandchildren, all their money's gone because it's the natural system of nepotism that comes in with kingships, and it also exists in democracies, like you pointed out. And that's why we need individual rights to push back on monopoly controls and fight back against these systems. And yeah, it's really, really hard, but it's possible. And a kingship, it's not possible. They can just put you down. You know what I'm saying? You criticize king, they just make laws where that's illegal. And then it's impossible to criticize as it gets dumber and dumber and dumber and more nepotistic over time. Whereas in a society, those 4-year changes you're talking about, that gives you an opportunity to get the idiots out, right? Because they're never going to remove it themselves. They're not going to like wake up one day and be like, what am I doing? Like, this is crazy. They're going to just put their nephews in who can barely spell into every position. And that's what you see in every monarchy in the world, right? There's no 3-generation monarchy that doesn't go bankrupt. So
talked about monarchy. I talked about benevolent dictator or party, like for example Putin or like the CCP. Not necessarily the monarchies themselves, because I know, yes, you're right, nepotism leads to destruction of the actual country itself, because obviously you can't guarantee one, the king or the queen might be great, but then their offspring might be terrible, and that's true. So that's why having a model where you have a benevolent dictator, but it's not tied to any sort of nepotistic sort of pathway to leadership, and that's what I would subscribe to if it was me. I mean, look, you can't get worse than some of these models that we have here in the West, where especially the United States and Britain, the moment there's any half decent candidate, they're always ousted. They never take them. They always have to be compromised so that they can be controlled.
yeah, but if you look at the average wealth and well-being of citizens in Australia, Britain, America, Canada, it's much higher than any of the kingdoms, except for the Gulf Arab states, which are subsidized by foreign powers who do their security. Right? If they had to do their own security and have military states, that'd be very dictatorship-y. So, by the way, one last point I'll make really quick, and I don't want to bore everybody with this, but I would say that and the problem with your system of benevolent dictator is that who picks the dictator? The other dictator. So like this is not like a merit-based process. It'll have the same problem as a hereditary kingdom, because you have incompetent picking. He's not going to pick a guy who's going to ruin his legacy and be better than him. They're going to pick a guy who he thinks is less threatening, which is exactly what they did in a lot of these countries. And by the way, China, it had a rotating CCP had a rotating regional structure for their leadership, and every chair would rotate, and it was supposed to be by merit, so that all the different ethnic groups and parts of China would be represented over 100 years. But what this current guy did is he locked it down. He hired everybody from his own province. So now you're seeing CCP deteriorating in all these regional structures, and a lot of their economies suffocating from monopolies, just like the U.S. So they're stagnating, and they're just a younger country because they wiped everybody out in the Cultural Revolution. So they'll run into America problems in about 50 years, 20 years, and they'll stagnate in the same way. So I'm sorry for talking too much.
No, not at all. It's good to get a different perspective on things. Like I said, I mean, nothing. Unfortunately, when you're comparing current structures or current governance structures from the East with the West right now, we're not living in a vacuum. They didn't rise up in a vacuum. They rised up in the face of colonialism and hegemony, Western colonialism, Western hegemony. So, and they're doing pretty well considering the backdrop that they had to rise up through. So, whereas if you look, it's no coincidence that these countries like United States and Europe, they prefer these royal ruling parties that really they don't really care about human rights or whatever, because at least with those royals, they're pretty stable. They can control them, and they can manipulate them and blackmail them to the point where they can or threaten them to the point where they can say, we can overthrow you anytime we want. And that's what keeps them in check, because every royal wants to continue being a royal and allow his or her offspring to take over the country once they're gone. So it's just that's the lure of these. Again, that's the West playbook, and all other countries, if they don't comply, they just divide and conquer, and they either arm both sides, or they and like if you read Confessions of an Economic Hitman, great book. This is the playbook of the United States and the Western countries when it comes to controlling or colonizing countries and blackmailing dictators, warlords, and really stifling any sort of really beneficial opposition that would allow the country to prosper. It's the complete opposite. They tend to weaken them, destabilize them, to be able to control them, which is what the rest of the world has been facing.
Yeah, like a Switzerland model with cantons and decentralized structure works better over centuries. I mean, how many wars have they gotten into, right? Because they force their citizens to actually fight. So then, they have to get militia training, and that's why they have such high gun ownership. So when you actually have the accountability for war in the people who actually fight it, they're much more reluctant to get into wars and dumb wars. Whereas in America, we have a standing army and like 1% of the population. So they can go to war, and then we're going to movie theaters and having popcorn. So like, it's one thing is the practice of the structure. Like America has federalism, but it doesn't practice federalism. It's much more like the UK in practice, with all the power in London or all the power in DC. So yeah, the theory and the belief of America and decentralization of power works. It's just we have to practice it more. And I think the gap in accountability for war between the people who fight it and the people who get profit from it is part of the issue. And that's separate from the governing structure in any country. If you separate the military who fight from the people who send them to war, you're going to have that same conquering problem. So I think that might be outside of the systems we're talking about. But yeah, does anybody else? Sorry to monopolize it.
No, it's fine. Don't continue.
But I did notice that the one person did have their hand up for quite a while. Should we include them here, or continue?
I didn't see it. Yeah, who?
My thing might be frozen, but it's a Marx, like a Marxist person, who clearly has never been to Nepal, where that shit doesn't work.
His profile picture's got his hand up.
Oh no, on my screen it still shows the other hand.
Am I speaking, or you are going to have the first one speak?
Who's this?
Oh, it's a Marxist.
Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you very much, comrades. Thanks for the opportunity and thanks for the space. Quite insightful, by the way. So I wanted to ask a question, a clarity-seeking question. Because, they closed, the Iranian government have closed the Strait of Hormuz. So I wanted to know, since you have someone like Marco Rubio saying, we are going to speak with the Chinese government to tell those people to not close the strait. And we all know that how strategic the strait is in terms of the global oil economy and other things. How much leverage does President Xi Jinping have on the Iranian supreme leader or anything, to the point whereby Marco Rubio thinks that if I say the Chinese government must speak with these comrades, they will agree? So does she have any leverage towards these comrades? Because I'm sure when the Iranian parliament took a decision to say we are closing the strait, they knew all the implications and everything else, and they knew how that can geopolitically influence things. And in the bigger scheme of things, they also considered their allies and their enemies. And surely China being an ally and China benefiting from the Strait of Hormuz and amongst other things, I just want to understand how, if she has got any leverage to the Supreme Leader to the point whereby he can diplomatically negotiate with him to not shut down the strait. So that's one of the first things that I want clarity on.
Well, it's 50% of oil to China, so they're a huge economy and partners. I imagine they have a shitload of influence. But I don't know. Maybe they have enough oil supplies, as I'm sure there's mentioned in past spaces, that they have enough stock where they could strategically for a year or two or months lay off of it their oil consumption from Iran. So I don't know. Maybe it's a strategic partnership, and they do have consent from China. I'm not sure. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Simon said that it was that China's got 2 months' supply of oil. They've got a lot of oil, so they can sustain themselves for 2 months. And by that point, if the Strait of Hormuz isn't open before then, by then there would be all-out World War III, which will benefit nobody. And to be fair, I agree with this. Ibrahim said this, is that they've got many levers, and I don't think the Strait of Hormuz should be the first thing that they use. I'm not sure if it's even closed or is it partially closed, because we're not I haven't seen the actual images of ships basically passing through, or what's the latest with that. But time will tell anyways. And there's people here who said that it benefits United States and Europe, but I don't know about that. But what I will say is that I think there are other levers that they could pull besides that as a first option. But I don't think that even if they do close it, I don't think it will be for very long, in my opinion, because it just ruins the whole ruin the world economy. It sort of puts markets into turmoil, and markets rely on stability, etc. So and businesses rely on stability, stable pricing to function. So this will not help at all. And given the fact that a lot of countries, United States and China and lots of countries, are really managing their debt because they're really heavily in debt, then this is not going to be. This is not going to be helpful for anyone. I know that Iran wants to try to hurt the United States, but I don't personally think that this is going to damage them all that much, except for the stock market, Wall Street, maybe.
I actually was. Do you mind if I jump in there for a second?
Sure.
Because when you were saying that, it did occur to me. I was talking to my friends in Nigeria, and I don't know what part of Africa you're talking from, Marxist. I think, is it the Southwest or South? Anyways,
from South Africa.
Yeah, exactly. And so what I was wondering is actually, the terrorists hit Africa really hard and Southeast Asia. And so if the oil's cut off for a few weeks, that can really, really increase their leverage in a lot of government deals in Africa, because China's really pushing into Africa and Southeast Asia. So between the tariffs and shutting down the oil and that being jacked up so all the goods and services go crazy for a couple of weeks or months, that can really help them do regional power in these areas. So maybe there's like a secondary agenda there, where one, it helps an ally because they can go a couple weeks or months without it. But second, they can pin all the economic disasters from the huge price hikes on in all these countries that they're talking to and doing deals with right now in regards to tariffs. They can leverage that even further, because they've got a lot of new allies because of these current maneuvers they've done.
On the other hand, South Africa, we are a BRICS country, so I don't know what's the deal now, but I thought perhaps if these comrades of Iran are diplomatic, they can say, we will close the Strait of Hormuz, but we are not going to close it for BRICS countries. I think that can also be something that harms the West without harming the global South and its allies, or its strategic allies.
I don't know how they could implement that, right? Because I think because if they close the strait, I don't know if they can let ships through, because the Americans could easily target those and say, hey, you have to let all the ships through, or that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
to be honest, in theory, they can. They can control that, because they'll just target the American ships. And remember, Iran has got an underground marine base, navy base there. in the Persian Gulf, and they have underground UUVs, basically unmanned underwater vehicles and drones, which really are I've heard they're pretty effective. They're pretty as effective as their drone that they have. So they could selectively target American ships and just allow, and there's already right now Type 815 and 855 Chinese warships there in the Persian Gulf, just sitting there monitoring the situation. They could resume. They could usher in their ships or the BRICS nations ships, and Iran can deter the American ships or the NATO ships. So because they have the dominance in that in the Strait of Hormuz, because they have underwater capabilities, military capabilities that can really, and as well as on ground as well, just from off the coast of Iran, just like the Yemeni, the Houthis have done in the Red Sea, in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. So there's no reason, and obviously Iran are much more powerful than the Houthis, so there's no reason why they can't control the shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz to selectively
First, going to
choose,
go to
allow BRICS nations,
myactivity.google.com.
countries to
You're just going to go over and click delete activity by. If you want to delete all times, feel free to click that, and then it will show you all the stuff that you can delete.
Hormuz. So yeah, that could be.
Press
But
next.
that would be a scenario
Brings you to a confirmation
where
page where all you have to do is
we're
press
already
delete.
venturing into
Let me know
World
if you have
War
any other
III.
questions. Feel free to
Or we're
like and
probably
follow
in it
and share this with
if
a
that
friend.
is the case, because that
Actual
would be a
life
very
hack. If you'd like to know how much an
uncomfortable
app or your
situation
phone can learn about you just from giving it
Yeah,
access
and
to
I
your
was wondering,
camera,
hey,
this is what it
because
looks
war
like.
coverage is very
This is
different
my
by
camera,
country
not
and
even
the media you
recording. This
get.
is in real
So I'm wondering
time,
in
and
South
it's
Africa,
identifying
because they're
everything
one
in
of
the
the few
image.
countries that
If
were
this is news to
willing
you,
to
please throw me a like or a
arrest
follow.
President
It'd be greatly
Netanyahu.
appreciated. I'll
What
try to
what
bring
the
more
coverage
content
is
like
there
this.
of this current conflict in Iran? Just I always like to understand the different regional perspective.
How do you delete the data Google has on you?
No, South
Hi, I'm
Africa,
Caitlin.
I
I'm a
don't think there
cybersecurity
was
and
a
data
point
privacy
whereby
expert,
they
and I
wanted to
recently
arrest
filmed a
Netanyahu.
viral
They don't
video
have
that helps
the
people
president who's taking
understand
South
how to
Africa
get
now
the data
doesn't
that
have what
Google
it
has on them.
takes.
But then everyone started
Because I
asking,
mean, on the
how
other
do they delete
hand,
it?
one
So
thing
here's
that I
how.
know for
Let's
sure,
go. So you're first going to go to
the majority
myactivity.google.com.
party, which is the former ruling party, the ANC or the African National Congress, which is the party of Mandela, is being funded by Iran strategically through a network called MTN. So in this case, surely South Africa is just going to South Africa is the type of country that is going to say we condemn Iran, but it's not going to say, I mean, we condemn Israel, but it's just going to say that. It's not going to do anything more than saying we condemn. But on the other hand, there is no way whereby they are going to say we're sending soldiers to Iran, or we're sending aid, or we're sending weapons, unless they are channeling money to Iran through the, strategically or through the financial illicit flows. I don't know how this they might do it, but in any case, as of now, I don't think there is any how Iran perhaps needs assistance from South Africa in the midst of Russia and China who can potentially assist. I mean, you know already that there is a guy in India called Modi who loves playing the balancing act, who's just a neocon. On the other hand, a right winger who loves campaigning from the left and acting from the right. So South Africa and Africa, to a large extent, I know one thing for sure, is supporting Iran because it's a global south country, it's a BRICS country, and on the other hand, it's a normally, even if you check some of the security, I mean, the voting at UN, you never find that majority African countries in their majority vote in favor of Israel. They are, except for a few liberals who are leading the African states, but that's just the perspective from now on. And on the other hand, I also want to maintain that there can be a regulation there on the Strait of Hormuz that, okay, this is the selection of ships that we want them to pass through the strait. Because on the other hand, I think we can also make a different analogy with the Suez Canal. Remember when Egypt nationalized the Suez Canal in the 60s? I think the president at the time was President Gamal Abdel Nasser. He would sometimes even say, we're closing the Suez Canal, or we're regulating who can pass. And then that would affect Britain and some of those countries in Europe who align with the Western imperialism and some of the G7 countries. So it's something that can happen if these Iranians really know how they can harm the US without actually harming the global South countries and their strategic partners in BRICS. So far, that's what I think, but I think we can discuss, comrades.
Yeah, and also to that point, so the Suez, yeah, like absolutely, that does have some historical precedent. But Djibouti, Eritrea, Somalia, if any of these countries decide to help make it harder for ships for non-BRICS countries to go up to Europe, that would mean that they could easily have all of it going to Africa, Southeast Asia, South Asia, all the BRICS countries, basically around to Brazil even. Without letting ships really go very easily to Suez or to the Strait of Hormuz, in which case you have even more global trade. Because Somalia and Yemen are right there. They can make hell in that area, and Yemen's already firing rockets. So if Somalia starts doing more pirate activity, as they've done previously, if this kicks off, maybe that could really affect global trade there as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think on the other hand, there is this thing I forgot, something like whatever, the Camp Accords of President Jimmy Carter. I think at some point it was one of the reasons why there was no war between Egypt and Israel. So on the southern side of Israel, there is a strait whereby Israel and its allies can strategically use the Suez Canal to pass. So I don't know if the Camp Base Accords is still intact today, because at some point President Nixon told us that 60% of U.S. foreign aid was going to Israel, so that and Egypt to a narrow extent, so that they can preserve the Camp Base Accord, so that there is no fight between Egypt and Israel. So now, one would say even on the north side of Israel, there is at least a strait that is also strategic for global trades and the market. So in order to defeat Israel at some point, there is going to be a need for a coordinated effort, both on the north and on the south, through the Suez Canal and through the Strait of Hormuz, in order to exert in some diplomatic pressure to other countries geopolitically, in a manner that we are saying, as Iran, we are going to close this strait so that you don't trade, and you not being able to trade, you are going to at least tell Israel to back down. So, but I don't know how far Trump is willing to sacrifice the MAGA dream for Israel.
Yeah, if anybody wants a cheap vacation, Sharm el Sheikh is going on discount, it sounds like. And Dahab. Those are both, I mean, it's crazy. And I don't know if Egypt's going to step in, you guys. Have you heard anything about that? Because that could really change the game, because they pretty much own the only waterway besides Iran. That could really make a difference here.
I have no idea. I'm sure other comrades can tell us.
I'm going to drop down to stay on late here, but continue the discussion. It's really interesting. But thanks for late. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for that. Appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
Keep bringing people up and they just keep dropping.
Thank you, comrade.
Are you with any of the South African parties by any chance?
I was expelled from my former political party. You remember the South African president was at the White House with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And then he played a certain video of that leader of the political party with the farmer in the stadium.
That was you?
No, that guy is the one who expelled me. He expelled me here on Twitter.
Oh, okay, that's way better. Yeah, okay, great. I was gonna say, you're the one in the video? Like, no. Oh, yeah, okay, I get it. So before that time, were you actually in government though? Like, or were you just helping from a party level?
No, I was a party member. I'm 24 years old. I'm just a young guy. So I'm a student. I was a leader of the student representative council at college at that time. So I was one of the people who was building the branches of that party. But we knew that it was that guy is just too extreme. And by the way, he's a liberal to some extent. So I'm glad that he expelled me because I'm no longer obligated to some of the nonsense that he does, because he's quite a nonsensical guy. But I'm sure very soon we are going to join a political party. And there are elections here next year. There's elections of municipalities, so we are going to be standing for running as the local councillor in my ward. And it's part of governance, by the way, local government.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you get shut down. I mean, I've been to South Africa a few times, and yeah, I've heard those. I went to one of those events where they have all the red shirts. Yeah, it was interesting, and I heard a few of those cans. But yeah, no, it's interesting because Africa does play a pretty big role in this conflict because it borders, like we just said, Suez, all the major trade routes, and as Somalia kicks off and Yemen is on the other side, that can play a huge role. As we saw during COVID, even 1 day delays. We're talking about like if they just hold up ships for a day or a couple days, that would affect all of our prices basically.
Absolutely, and if you check, if the Suez Canal is closed, the only way to go from west to east will be through South Africa. That's the geopolitical importance of South Africa, by the way. And knowing that is as much as our economy is shit, but we are the leading economy in Africa, and on the other hand, our political influence in the continent is leading. So that's one of the strategic things about South Africa. And Donald Trump, when he was there at the White House saying bad things are happening, he knew there was no genocide in South Africa. That thing is just propaganda. It was propaganda for him and Elon Musk. They wanted to make a deal with the president because they knew he's quite a weak man. So it was just propaganda, that thing, and they know. So they made a deal because the guy. Oh, there is an echo, comrades. So yeah, they made a deal. They made a deal because he wanted to give minerals to Trump. South Africa is rich in minerals, including the entire African continent. And at some point, Elon Musk wanted to bring in Starlink here, and he could not agree. There couldn't be an agreement that is reached because of some affirmative action laws. I mean, knowing very well that there are some past injustices and a history of apartheid. So Musk and the South African government couldn't reach a conclusion. But I think the matter is still in Parliament, which is the National Assembly, whereby there can be a possible legislation on what is to be done. But we will see how that goes as time goes by.
Appreciate it. Let's bring in Godfrey. Godfrey, jump in. What's your thought? Anything you want to say about what's been going on the last 48 hours?
Yeah, I'm just absolutely horrified. I think it was an act of outright treason, bombing Iran, and there's no going back from here. We are at a precipice in America, and I'm absolutely spooked. I mean, I I wanted to comment earlier. I was driving, but I was in bad service. What Joa was saying, but I agree with Joa. I mean, I think that if they go to war and they put troops on the ground, there will be civil unrest in America, like very much so. And I think it's so important that, first of all, Sully, thank you so much for hosting this space, even Khaleesi and everybody else, because we've been ahead of the information war. We've been spreading truth and getting ahead of the Zionist media's lies. So I wanted to thank you, sir, for doing that and how important that was for humanity. But just to echo what Joa said, he's absolutely right. There will be civil unrest. I think we can all feel it in America. There is no way you can sell this war, especially after that poll that like Charlie Kirk and Thomas Massey did, showing that 90% of Americans didn't want war with Iran. So I just think it's incumbent upon us in America, and would love to have you guys overseas too, to start anti-war spaces immediately. I mean, Joa was right. We have about 1 year to get ahead of this, and I think it's important that we start right now on the anti-war front starting anti-war spaces, organizing together, and just spreading informational awareness outside of what you're doing here, which is conquering the information narrative about this war, which is so mission critical. But on top of that, we need to have just anti-war spaces talking about how we can organize, how we can protest, how we can do it the right way, what rightful legal channels we can take. And there's some people that Truth and I know who found a pretty good solution for that. So yeah, I'm just spooked, honestly, Sully. I never thought we would see something this insane in America. I did not prepare myself for this. I was, even in my current stance on Trump, I thought that he would have played this differently and stayed out of it. But now things have changed, and yeah, I'm spooked. So thank you, sir.
Just a question on that, because you did mention what Joe said. I mean, we've seen the protests. Look, in the UK, we always have huge protests, but our protests in the UK be like people from the UK are very different to the people from the United States of America. People from the UK will protest, like we have like 1 million people will turn up for a protest, 1.5 million people will turn up for a protest. But our protests are rarely like the US protests in terms of anarchy and these type of things. The riots are different, so now it's perpetuated through social media, but actual real protests, they never ever accelerate that much. But in the US, I've noticed that actually there's such high emotions about things that protests do sometimes end up becoming a lot more anarchist in certain elements. Now, when I look at the US and I see the pro-Palestinian protests, of course, they've been quite big. But what I'm noticing is when it comes to the pro-anti-war voices, they're a lot more larger. Now, why I'm like explaining that is, I do foresee a scenario where these anti-war protests are becoming more frequent and bigger in the United States of America. You're going to have the administration become tyrannical and start using various powers, whether it's the police, whether it's the National Guard, or whoever it is, and start basically sending them in to attack the protesters. Obviously, in the US, you have the Second Amendment, which is basically there to fight against tyranny. What's the chances of that all of this accelerates to such a significant manner where you do end up having something like what Joe is afraid of, which is possibly like a civil war or huge amount of civil unrest that does lead to civil war?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I pray that doesn't happen. I think that the way you mitigate that is through well-organized protests, and in doing the protests to identify the Zionist elements that infiltrate these protests and try to shitcode it, that cause anarchy. I mean, what happened in 2020 in America with the Summer of Love, that was a complete Zionist operation from start to finish. They sent a lot of Mossad agents within the protests. They were organizing the riots. They were causing people to burn buildings. I have my own theory as to why the police stood down. I think they were threatened with RICO statute charges for corruption if they dared to interfere with the riots. So I think the most important thing that we can do to prevent that is identifying who these people are in the protests, kind of marginalizing them, focusing on making the protest peaceful and getting rid of any of those elements ourselves in a peaceful way. And there's a lot more to it, and that's kind of what I would like to discuss, because it just what you're saying with like the Palestinian protests, they've already started to shitcode it. They've tried to transcode it. They've tried to bring in the trans people to shitcode the Palestinian protests. They brought in the anarchists. Antifa might as well just be contracted by international Zionism. They are, in fact, they're paid by George Soros. So it's very complex. I don't have a simple answer for you other than that we have to prepare for that and working for that in the protest itself. And yeah, it's a larger conversation. I mean, And as far as the Second Amendment, you know, Americans do have a right to organize in well-regulated militias and organize together and bear arms in a protest. So I do encourage people to do it the right way, with responsible people. I know some of them on here and through my interactions, but to be careful in doing so. In my preference, it would just be a true protest, just to gain awareness and to bring people from different sides of the aisle together. But yeah, I think that. Sorry, that's a long-winded answer there, but I think the thing is to discuss how to do it before, so you can eliminate those bad actors that will shitcoat it, from Antifa and like the trans crowd and others that will try to really kind of shitcoat the protests and kind of find a way to distance yourself from them, because that's exactly what they're used for. They're used to just demonize the protests and the movement in the media. So thank you.
I appreciate that. And I mean, where do people go from here? Because you basically got a scenario where, as you've said, I mean, you sound extremely disillusioned. You'll be an example of many people who feel disillusioned. Where does the West go from here? Where does the US and UK? The problem with UK is we're like so reliant on the decisions of the US that it's just like nobody has autonomy. And so, but at least with you guys, you have the opportunity to impact direct change in the terms of as much as you can within the Zionist framework, which is minimal anyway. But like, what's the sentiment like in the US? Like, you sound quite disillusioned. What about the rest of the Americans?
Well, I think Americans are just exhausted by these endless wars in the Middle East. I don't think we can endure one. I mean, just to give you some hope, I don't think you can sell a war with boots on the ground here. And if they dare try that, like I said, I mean, like you're saying, there will be mass protests and likely civil unrest. So the Americans that are staying quiet now will start to come out of the shadows if, you know, their loved ones, their nephews, their cousins, their children are now sent overseas to fight in this war and die for Israel yet again. And what gives me hope are those polls that Charlie Kirk and Thomas Massey did, showing that 90% of people in America don't, and I know they're straw polls, I know they're not very scientific, but and obviously some of the people are from overseas, but it reflects the zeitgeist nonetheless and shows that people in America do not want another foreign war, period. So yeah, I don't think people are as disillusioned as me right now, but if these strikes continue, and once the first U.S. serviceman dies, I think there will be a cascading effect. Honestly, I think all it will take is one U.S. service member to die in active combat over there, and it will ignite a fire in this country. At least I think so. I could be naive in saying that, but just what I'm seeing on X, I mean, and everyone on the panel, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's, outside of like influencers, which honestly, many of these influencers are part of the American intelligence community, and they're actually part of the Mockingbird Media 2.0. They're not even real media personalities. They're completely astroturfed to push the military industrial complex. So outside of these influencers who are CIA and Mossad, obviously a lot of them are Mossad, like that self-medical lady and others, I don't think there's any real appetite for this war. I mean, maybe some in the boomer community, maybe, but outside of the completely astroturf Zionist media, I don't think there's the support for this war exists. So yeah, my thing is that while I'm disillusioned now and I'm vocal about it, I think that once things get more serious in the Middle East, the entire America, they're going to awaken a sleeping giant in the American public. And if they dare try to send troops in the ground, there will be mass chaos in this country. And I can say that with full confidence. And not that that's a good thing, but that's just the reality of what we're dealing with in America.
And I actually do work with some polling firms and stuff, and they do reflect that, right? So about the last 4 years, and a big part of the coalition with Trump was an anti-war movement. Now, people looking back at that have regret or different views, but at the time, he was saying, cut the Pentagon in half, and we're going to get all these stupid wars. Like, that was very clear in the messaging, and that's what a lot of voters had in their mind when they voted. And if you look at the polls since then, they're consistently anti-war. They have to frame it towards, you want them to have a nuclear weapon? Like, that's the phrasing they have to use. If they don't use that phrasing, the support is incredibly low, which is why you never see them on CNN doing anything but nuclear, or Fox, all the mainstream media. And as you pointed out, also the social media accounts that are affiliated with agencies, which, by the way, has been a problem in independent spaces and third parties for over 70 years. We have these people we call the Hatch Act people, which means the Hatch Act, if you're in a federal job like an intelligence agency, you can't do certain things on a political party. And so they have to identify themselves to us, and there's like a lot of them. It's like I've worked in all 50 states, and it's very common you run into these people. And when I was doing some protests in Portland, some of the big protests over the last few years, you often run into these hashtag people. You're like, hey, I know you can't even work for me. What are you doing here? And so you run into, and they'll get rearrested 50 times and let out. So it's a very small group of people who are violent at these protests, these anti-war. And if we can just get them, instead of 40 times being released, repeat offenders, it's really I'd say a fraction of 1%. And then on social media, they use these specialized questions to give this false impression. It's like manufactured consent. And you're right. I think if they did a fair poll of the American people and asked them real questions in a couple different ways, they come up with a clear result that they don't want war and they don't want boots on the ground. And you're right to assume that there will be momentum. In all 50 states, independents are the second biggest party, not Democrats or Republicans. It's always independents are the second. And those things are a huge army of people who are just sitting there waiting for anti-war candidates. So I think we'll see a sea change once the average American realizes how stupid this whole thing is, and that we need to get new people in and a clean slate of people, not the same 98% of the people like in 2024. They're literally 98%. The people who do the pandemic and all the wars in our lifetime, they're still in office. You can't have the guy who did 7 wars fixing the wars. And so it's really straightforward, I think, the answer.
Yeah, it's
those
very
are
well.
great points. Oh, sorry, Ian.
No, go for it, Guffrey.
Oh, no. I was just saying those are wonderful points.
Yeah, and it is the
Sorry, Ian. I wish you guys were right, but 6 months from now, you'll see those polls go down that they didn't support the war. You'll have 6 months of propaganda in people's face that Iran is an enemy. We need to take them out, and Americans will fall for propaganda. That is the problem. I really hope it doesn't work. I hope everyone stays vigilant. But what the polls show today is not what the polls will show 6 months from now, after they keep feeding you fear mongering. And that's going to be the problem, is how many people actually keep up the stance they have today. And I don't think many will, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Joe, what's been wild is on the average kind of Westerner's side that is glued to the mainstream networks. Fox News comes out, and I'm sure everybody saw the video of them comparing the Bunker Busters to the Top Gun movie, right? And they show a couple cinematic clips with Tom Cruise, and they tell the American people that this is all to prevent Iran from nuclear strikes. And then the next thing you know, you've got at least some chunk of the general population fully in support of something that 72 hours prior they might have thought to themselves, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. And so while I think spaces like this are certainly doing an immense amount to kind of combat that narrative, there's certainly a massive chunk. And I'd be curious, I know that we've got Richard up here. I'd be curious for his thought on maybe a year or 2 years ago, what percent of people were maybe awake to some of these realities versus plugged into the matrix, and maybe how those percentages have shifted, right? Is the grip of the mainstream significantly shrinking, or are things like big tech, while we might be able to get some of our ideas out there, is big tech at this point, also affecting the boomers and kind of keeping the status quo in terms of narrative control. Richard, you want to jump in?
Sure. I think it's even more Machiavellian than what most realize, and there's a huge amount of merit to what Joe has said, but in a more sinister way. I agree. You'll see the polls go down. You'll see sentiment starting to ease up on the hypersensitivity about Israel's war with Iran. People will start to supposedly, side with Israel and this nuclear weaponry deterrence operation. But here's the part that is going to be really sinister. And this is what polling is now. And to touch on Ian's point, 2 years ago, obviously, we're not even having a space where we feel comfortable saying the J word. Like it's globalists or it's Zionists or it's, whatever else InfoWars nomenclature that Alex Jones, tries to program in us to use to avoid saying Jews or Israel or global Jewry or whatever. So we've made tremendous progress. And even some of the boomers are coming around, and Netanyahu and Likud and all of these, like one of the most underrated psychological temperature or barometers for the polling construct itself is the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. It's worked hand in hand with the Rand Corporation for a long time, trying to deal with and pervade or hit the right note for the American people that resonates, or at least they can make us believe resonates. And that's the distinction. And that's what's so Machiavellian about this, because while what Joe has said, I think he's absolutely correct. You are going to see exactly what he described reflected in the polls. However, Fox News and Rupert Murdoch's son and daughter, Lachlan and I can't remember, James Murdoch, maybe. Um, James Murdoch is the vice chairman of the Center for the New American Security, CNAS, which was co-founded by West Exec co-founder Michelle Flournoy. This is Scott Pressler's father's old boss. Scott Pressler, the U.S. Navy Director of Informational Warfare Operations at the Pentagon. His son, Scott Pressler, long hair, cowboy boots, homosexual, like I register voters, that guy. He tells everybody what he sees on the ground and what the temperature is with everybody, regular Americans that he's registering at all sorts of places around the country. Well, the Center for New American Security also includes Victoria Nuland, who is or was the most recent CEO, and it's a NATO front. And what does NATO want? Well, they want the thing that pervades Palantir and global Jew supremacy around the world, which is recently Palantir and NATO partnered up, and NATO acquired a bunch of UAV military attack drone systems from Palantir, as per Wesley Clark himself, the Supreme Commander. Well, unfortunately, the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies and Center for New American Security are going to try to push this narrative that the polls are going exactly as the way that Joe has said they were going. All right. The psyop is not that people are buying the propaganda. The propaganda sucks. Like, it's actually getting worse. Their ability to convince the American people that defending Israel or fighting another war on behalf of Israel and risking more Gentile American lives for Jews is a good idea. Like, people are over that shit. They're still pissed about COVID. They've recently learned about 9/11. They also know about the housing crisis. They also know about Israel's collusion with the CCP and our selling our military arms systems and our avionics to the Chinese. Like, they know this shit now. So eventually, people are going to say, I don't give a fuck if Iran attacked Israel unprovoked. when are we getting, you know, accountability for COVID and the extremely authoritarian lockdowns that were proven not only that you were wrong about everything, but that you were lying about everything. And they also know that Palantir was directly involved in that lie. They covered up the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine. They hid the toxicity, especially the nephrotoxicity of remdesivir, because they had a contract with Moderna to optimize vaccines productions, and they had been working on a 5-year facility to build out AI R&D based therapeutics development with Roche and Bayer. And we only found out about this like within the last 2 and 3 years, but only recently did we find out that Shyam Sankar, the executive vice president, CTO, and COO of Palantir, is the chairman of Ginkgo Bioworks, who got that contract with Moderna. And so Palantir knowingly covered up information that was required to be non existent in order for Pfizer and Moderna to receive their EUA for vaccines. Palantir is engaged openly and caught openly in the greatest fraud that's ever been perpetuated and the greatest genocide and crime against humanity ever perpetuated on Americans or on anybody in the world ever in history. Period. End of story. So they don't care about, at this point, convincing the American people. They care about distracting them into like not talking about, hey, where's our accountability for COVID bioweapon and vaccines and the remdesivir genocide, instead of should we be at war with Iran? And to that end, they have become extremely successful because we're here in a space, and the title of the space is Israel v. Iran News and Analysis, instead of Alex Karp facing military tribunal and Shyam Sankar, who was just sworn in as a lieutenant colonel, which coincidentally puts him now under UCMJ jurisdiction, being sworn in for the U.S. Army Reserves. And they've succeeded to that end because instead of talking about what matters, we're talking about Israel and Iran under the guise of nuclear disarmament of a terrorist regime that they're trying to go in and install their Zio-controlled homies atop and remove Khamenei and build their central banking apparatus. But the polls, to the end that Joa described, the PSYOP is not the propaganda that people are going to eat up and then genuinely vote because they were deceived by this bullshit propaganda. Now, the propaganda that we're going to be fed is that the polls are a believable representation of the honest sentiment of the American people. And it's going to be absolutely horseshit because, Ian, you and I both know we saw that Fox News poll that happened like a day after Charlie Kirk polls his own people. 480,000 TPUSA, like Israel friendly Charlie Kirk followers, are 90-10 against supporting Israel in its war in Iran. And you know, Ian, did you see that Charlie deleted that poll either early today or late last night?
Did he really?
Did you see that?
I did not. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. So the PSYOP is they're going to try to make us believe the polls accurately reflect exactly what Joa described. And what he described is 100% correct. But the PSYOP in all of it is it's actually just bullshit. And they're trying to make us believe that Americans truly were fooled by their propaganda once again because they're the masters of deception. And to Godfor's point, real quick, and I'll shut up. I agree with what he said. I think Suleiman, like since you're talking about like the the UK and London and Europe, kind of US is a leading indicator for what the policies and procedures the UK is going to adapt or adopt rather, right immediately after. I think for America, the next key and most crucial step is to develop the protective networks to protect our own who would stand in uprising against a clearly like rogue, gone off the rails, adversarial, foreign loyal, tyrannical government. And yes, however, whatever screening mechanisms that you have to do to avoid Antifa people and bad actors who genuinely just want to do anarchy and commit terrorism and all that shit, like whatever needs to be done to screen those people, then let's figure that out. But the protective networks, I think, have to be developed first, because the only thing, in my estimation, that is keeping people like from already having formed these legally not only allowed but obligated militias, well regulated militias that our framers said we as American citizens had an obligation to form, uh, in response to a tyrannical of antithetical American government. uh, we have to be willing to protect the people who would willingly and courageously stand up in that breach. And so, because nobody wants to be the lone guy who immediately within minutes the FBI sends out, and outnumbers 15 to 1, and he's neutralized in seconds, and that guy's not even gonna like, what's he gonna accomplish? Like nothing. He's gonna be made an example of. But if somebody is successful at whatever operation they would focus the entire apparatus against that person. And the only way that these people have gotten into power and sustained their power and grown their power is they've had these same protective networks, whether it's bribing judges, buying off law enforcement officials, or basically having their own, like, we take our person and we hide them, or we fly them back to Israel, or we send them to some non-expatriation country or non-extradition country. Like, we have to be willing to do that, and that's what needs to be put in place first before we start talking about, any kind of like 2A blood of, patriots, tree of liberty type shit, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'd be curious as to you guys' thoughts.
Yeah, no, and look, I've long thought that the entire idea of kind of patriots taking up arms and marching down through the streets of various cities in protest with any interest or intent in any kind of kinetic violence, I think is a fool's errand. I think it's a lost cause. And if anything, if we think about these things logically, all it would do is play right into the hands of the very people that would love for, let's just say, more radical individuals to give them justification to try and take away the rights to bear arms in the United States, the rights to protest, the rights to free speech, all those other kind of things. It just gives them more ammo to justify to the masses that, oh, there's radical, dangerous terrorist cells, right? You can see how the very idea of standing in opposition to this machine would merely be labeled as extremists or terrorists or what have you. And so I think that's obviously the wrong approach, and therefore advocate for kind of peaceful, righteous, honest, transparent, and at the end of the day, it's kind of righteous indignation is maybe the best way to think about it, right? There's no legal or moral justification to put your neck on the railroad tracks and to allow a tyrannical oppressor to step on it with their boot. That's not justice. But we do need to be kind of intelligent and clever, because we know that the machine that we're in opposition to is obviously always going to be that. But so very, very well stated there, Richard. I know we got a lot of other hands. Let's go to Jay and see if he's got some thoughts on what Richard suggested or other topics around this issue.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Thanks, Sully, Ian, Joa, everybody. What's up, Levi, Truth? Hope everyone's having a good night. Yeah, Richard, you hit on definitely a few important points. I would say about organizing locally in your own community, making sure you know who's around you, and making sure everyone understands, where I guess everyone's at, so you find some common ground. But in addition to thinking about the side about protecting yourself and taking up arms, I also think it's important to be proactive too. So by that I mean, have like a solid plan on how to engage government overall, to make it work better. Because if the resistance isn't thinking along those lines, then the establishment is gonna be able to continue, on with their plans, uninterrupted. So you need to have like a vision of something positive that you want to build to replace, the current system that's, reigning terror over all of us and, the world right now. But, and I'm glad, we actually have, Levi here on stage because, one of the solutions I think is speaking about, decentralization a little bit more. And, Levi is a major part, of a third party that's focused specifically on decentralization and anti-corruption at the moment. And I think it's time that the left and the right focus in on areas of common agreement, and try to make progress on that, and then leave some of the differences aside. And the decentralization, while still maintaining a common goal, the anti-corruption goal, is, I think, a pretty good place to start. And the transparency, in government is part of the problem right now. So if I could just pass it off to Levi for a quick second, so he could talk about that. But I think organizing a positive vision, and organizing around a positive vision and what we want the country to be, I think is something we need to keep in mind as we're pushing back against the current system. Because the current system depends completely on compliance. If one day people decide they don't want to comply, and people do a mass protest and mass non-compliance in whatever way they choose, and there's like a specific ask and a specific goal in mind, there is a lot of power with the people. But yeah, Levi, you were dropping some great knowledge earlier, but can you speak a little bit more to the transparency, that we, the people, wants to add to the political process?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And don't worry, guys, I didn't ask him to say that. He's just a good leader as well on this issue. And yeah, basically, I was going to say really quick is that transparency at the local level is completely possible. If you run people and you say you have to fight corruption in order to be our candidate, you have to open up those budgets and see where all that money's going. That's how you change the war machine. That's how you change big pharma, the ags. The ways we're getting screwed is with our own money. That's what people forget. It's not this like foreign entity completely. They always use your own budgets against you. So anti-corruption is not the most important issue in the country. But it's the first issue. In order to solve any problem you want to solve in America or Britain or Canada, you have to change how the money works. So unless we start grabbing back the National Guards at the state level, we're not going to be able to pull back half of the military that they use, or even 70% of the military that they use, which isn't even legal by America's own laws. If we don't start pulling back, budgets of the city and from New York City to LA on what Google's doing and on the social media bullshit that they're running, we're never going to get control of the narrative, because all the profit and all the incentives are towards the establishment. We can change these things. They are within our grasp. All we have to do is get each other's backs. Like, people on this space, we all have diverse views. Some of us are Republicans, some are independents, some are more liberal. And there was a Marxist guy here just a minute ago. But at the end of the day, we all want peace, and we have to fight for it. Like, we have to fight for it top to bottom on every level, and give no exceptions. And if we even do this in 5% of the races, it bankrupts the war machine. Because for 120 years, they've only paid for 5% of races in America. People don't realize how fragile this propaganda system is. It's only strong against individuals. When it comes to us as citizens in a group, unified on message, they're way weaker than you would ever imagine. They're fragile. And that's why every time we try to work together, whether it's civil rights back in the day where intel agencies were screwing with Martin Luther King, and they realized that peaceful protest was the answer. Because if you try to do anything violent, as the former speaker mentioned, they have a whole system for you. They have a whole prison system for you, a whole judge system for you. But if you do it peacefully with your neighbors and just get each other's backs and run for local stuff, you can bankrupt them. It is possible. And I'm sorry to go on too long.
Yeah, no worries. And real quick, on that system you just mentioned, that's being built right now, to kind of oppress us and keep us, unorganized. I believe it was Ian who had no, it wasn't Ian. It was Richard who had brought up Palantir before too. Palantir is a big part of that. We're seeing a lot of momentum go in their direction at the moment, but another issue, in addition to anti-corruption, I want people to just remember is data privacy and data ownership, because if we are able to get more control over, who accesses our data and, how it's accessed, or at least transparency into who's accessing it, then, Palantir can't be weaponized or that system, I guess you could say, can't be weaponized in the same way, because we'd be able to, have a better trail, so we can file lawsuits against the government if our data is used without our permission or in an illegal way, and it can be tracked in a more transparent way. Like right now, if you wanted to figure out who's been accessing your digital footprint and for what reason, you have no ability to do that. So, if it's an issue, people are talking about and raising awareness about, as we're protesting against all these other issues, I think, that, will be a key point, in the long run, because Palantir is not just involved in the suppression of free speech and breaking up protest. It's played a key part in this Iran-Israel war. So, just think about the issues, that can unite everybody and everyone can agree on. And if people start there, then I think we'll start making progress on some of the other issues. Because, database decisions, like if people can just agree on like looking at the data and figuring out what makes sense, I think we'll be able to find consensus on a lot of issues. And, again, all this ties into the war issue, because once we add more transparency to budgets at the local level, the expectation, will rise for the for the federal and state levels and all that, too. So, start local, do what you can, but don't forget about the big picture, and look for common ground. So, yeah, great space so far. And, I'm glad it's transitioned a little bit into the solutions conversation too, because, it's been such a long week, with, we got to make sure we're focusing on what we want to build after this is all said and done.
Yeah, that's very well stated, Jay. And
next person. Yep, thank you.
And yeah, of course. And look, on that front, just for everybody's order of operations, let's not forget the fact that that Palantir announcement, which I think the machine thought they were going to be able to throw out without a whole lot of rejection and resistance, when people like those in this space started to make quite a fuss about it. Let's not forget that it was just 24 hours after that the Elon Musk and Donald Trump fiasco and Tweet Fest came out. And so you can almost see how, and then just in the blink of an eye, that entire argument and debate just went out the window, even though it was about the Epstein files and everybody should have kept that top of mind for weeks on end, right? So you can see how these things then play immediately into the war front. We then go from that into the US striking Israel, like the continued chaos at every turn that they throw at us to try and keep us like a dog chasing a ball, and to keep the masses kind of, perpetually blind to critically analyzing any of the most important and significant issues, which, Richard just laid out a whole bunch of them. But when it comes to Palantir and what that's doing, let's not forget the fact that it's a digital database. It's going to be used as essentially a social credit score with the nefarious angle of being able to not only track, but also essentially police those that are dissidents. And it should not surprise us that all of that was rolled out just in advance of some of the things that we're saying today, right? So if there are patterns to be noticed, and maybe people across the leadership of Palantir that might be aligned with maybe those interests of Israel's attack on Iran and the subsequent involvement of the United States, like these things, you kind of stack the dominoes on top of one another. But to one of the other speakers' comments, I think it was Levi, who said how fragile this system is. I think it's incredibly important that we take some of those truths, like those that Levi and Jay and Richard shared about things like, say, Palantir, and even as the chaos moves forward and people kind of chase the balls, we need to say, wait, stop, pause. Let's really talk about this significant issue. Let's talk about what Palantir means. Is it good if there's a private company that is getting all of the data from the intelligence communities and doing whatever they want with it? Is that something that we should be fearful of? Because they don't want us to have those conversations. It's my belief that's why the Elon and Trump fiasco took place. It was merely a way to give a big distraction so that as the magician, puts the card into their pocket or whatever, the beautiful assistant on the side gets everybody's attention so that we think they're doing a magic trick, when in reality, it's just a distraction so they can do whatever it is that they originally intended, and keep us kind of all bamboozled. But really great comments there from Jay, from Levi, from Richard. Let's go down. I know we got a new speaker down here with the Ghost 639. So if you want to jump in, Ghost, go for it.
Yes, sir. I wanted to just make a little speech. Well, I believe that all of you in here, even the listeners, that you are the saviors of what we hold and to our hearts. You are the ones that are going to push us further, and it might take us 10 years, but we will do this the right way. I mean, just as the founders did. They were anonymous as well, of course, but together we are going to win, and it's going to take some time, but you are the ones that will bear the fruits, and you will plant the trees that your grandchildren will sit upon. We might not see that shade, but we will plant that fucking tree. And so I just wanted to commend everyone here. You're all great. I appreciate you.
Well, it's incredibly inspiring, Ghost. And to touch on something real quick there, because I know that Suleiman, Joa, Richard, a lot of folks that are up here, they're out there with their faces attached to their account, their public personas, and I sit here behind the mask of a Jeff Goldblum character, and do so because of the social friction and the realities that come with talking about these issues. And I bring that up, and not in any way to pat myself on the back, but rather to suggest to anybody that's out there, if you also have to look down the realities of those complications and say, well, because of that, I can't speak out. Well, just know that you can. You can do so with your tweets and your words. You can do so with your voice on spaces. You can do so in your local communities, right? We don't have to all be out there face first. I commend those that are. I think it takes an incredible amount of courage and bravery. But to his point there, the Founding Fathers, the Federalist Papers, right? These were written with pen names because they were in opposition to a literal empire from a foreign nation that was lording over the citizenry of the United States. And it's my belief that that's basically largely what we have today. And so the Founding Fathers are no different than those that are on this platform, doing so anonymously, contributing their ideas to the ether, trying to make the world a better place. And so, Ghost, I couldn't agree with you more on that. And I do think that those words of affirmation and positivity, we need to keep passing those around, because we're gaslit every single day. And when we leave these chambers, which, in which we're able to be kind of comfortable sharing truths that the masses are largely ignorant to, when we walk through the world, it's kind of like Neo going back into the Matrix, right? And you have to be surrounded by people that don't quite get what's going on. And so I think giving that positive affirmation to everybody every single day within these communities it's extremely motivating and empowering. So I sincerely hope not only to thank you with that, but also for everybody that is out there, just know that your words matter. This movement is significant. And I do believe in a lot of ways that we are the watchers of the wall, right? We're like the Night's Watch in Game of Thrones. We are against the big evil machine in the distance. And if that machine takes down this wall that we are kind of the last brigade against, the long night that would follow, to stick with that metaphor, is something that I don't think any of us want. And so we can all put some of our differences aside. And I think Joa just mentioned moments ago, right? We've got all kinds of areas where we see the world differently. But we all value humanity and freedom and liberties and the things that people a long time ago fought to not only ideate, but also to build. And so they are ours to stand for, and they're also ours to stand aside and to allow to basically wither, right? And I think it was Kennedy who said, all that takes for good, or for evil to triumph, is for good men to do nothing. And so we have to do something, and that's what we're doing here, and that's why lots of love to Suleiman, holding these big spaces, and anybody and everybody that's continuing to contribute to this endeavor. So very, very well said, Ghost. Let's go to Mr. Pete.
Mr. Pete here. Good evening, everybody. Thanks, Suleiman. Everybody's been co-hosting. You guys are doing an amazing job, and the information coming out is so valuable. I just want to speak real quick to Godfrey, or Godfroy. I'm not sure how to say it, but anyways, I'm a boomer, and I'm 73 years old. I may not sound like it, and my wife doesn't think I act like it, but I've been protesting imperialistic wars unbeknownst to my immediate family since I was 15 years old when we organized the protest in against Vietnam War. Okay, and a couple of things that I want to make a point. We had 3-person teams. Sometimes had a female, but they were just go around the area where everybody was and look for agitators. That was their job. Okay. And I've helped organize, when I moved to Austin, Texas in 69, it was during the anti war protests. I helped organize a 25,000 person march that ended up marching through the rotunda of the Texas Capitol peacefully. Okay, and I remember all the secretaries and senators and congressmen looking down from the balconies of the rotunda with their mouths hanging open as we walked through the rotunda, and it echoed 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want your fucking war. And they didn't listen to us then. And then Nixon ordered the National Guard to shoot unarmed protesters at Kent State. And I don't know if anybody remembers that, but I'm here to tell you that he ordered the National Guard to shoot unarmed protesters. And that was the end of the anti-war movement. That killed it. Okay. And I hope to God we're not heading to that. But I hope some of the boomers that were with me back then will join with me now, along with all you good people, and stop this insanity, because that's what it is. We have bankrupted our country with imperialistic foreign wars, while other nations has poured their resources and their blood into their own populations. And all we've done is fucking be the little lapdog of Netanyahu and the Zionists. So I'm sorry if I sound emotional, but it's an emotional topic for me. Thank you guys for listening.
No, I appreciate that, Pete. Thank you so much. And just a quick question for you, if you don't mind, guys. Do you find that a lot of boomers, you're seeing, are starting to wake up finally to either the Israel question or just the
Well,
how
you see the protests, the No Kings protest that just happened. Okay, and honestly, my hope is you folks and some of the folks more on the right can join together and realize it's all bullshit, because there's not the like you guys say, the enemy my friend is my enemy. Okay, and I think we have a common enemy here, and it's the military industrial complex that we're all fighting against. Okay, and I've been fighting for it since I was 15 fucking years old, and finally I find other people that are willing to fight for it, and it makes my heart sing. It really does. I'll shut up.
Godfrey, did you want to comment on that?
Oh no, no, I just wanted to thank him. I agree. We all need to come together from different walks of life, different political stripes. Absolutely.
Yeah, I have to go now, but
enough.
I wanted to say thank you to everybody on this space today, and it's been really inspiring.
Well, and thank you, Levi. I know you've been in here and listening
Levi,
in,
before you
contributing.
go, yeah, sorry, Ian, to cut in because I didn't want Levi to just go just yet. Did he jump off already?
No, I'm here.
I think he's
What's
still
up?
speaker.
Yeah, Levi, there's something I wanted to bring up because it's really late here. I'm gonna have to jump off, but I wanted to make sure this was clear. A lot of people up here are really just trying to protect America, although you might differ in points of view. Um, some of the listeners and of course some of the comments we get and everything else. But one thing is true. Historically, every empire falls because three things happen at the same time. Okay. One is debt. Okay. Where we know where America's at when it comes to debt. Two is overextension and hubris. Like the country starts overextending its military, thinking no one can beat them, blah, blah, which we're not there yet, but I'd say we're pretty damn close. And then number three is civil discord or civil war. And you heard tonight, if we were to send troops into Afghanistan, I think a lot of people up here agree that there would be something very close to a civil war in this country if they were to do it now, right? And I think that's what we're trying to prevent, um, are these three things. But in order to prevent that, we can't be supporting this attack on Iran. And Levi, the reason I wanted you to stay on is really just to bring home the fact of how Americans are right now. And if they were to send in troops, which I'm sure we're going to hear about soon, in a few months, they'll start peppering it into the media, um, where people are today about this subject, about if we were to send troops, because you already see some MAGA people that were against it already changing course and supporting it.
Yeah, like, do you want to next steps? So for me, I actually hear about this because I have friends in the MAGA, the Maha movement, the libertarian movement, and we're getting national and state chairs all over the place contacting us, coming to us, wanting to work together on an anti-war movement across all parties and all boundaries, and including like Liberty, like Massey type Republicans. And we're building something called the Liberty Coalition over the next 6 weeks to help with that issue. But that's just something we're doing individually. But there's a groundswell. Like it's hard to see in the numbers when there's a sea change because all the averages rise. But if you actually get, if you're organizing or you're doing donations, all you're seeing is sky high numbers. And so, like, what people don't know about 2024 is that independents outright fundraise the I was on the teams out fundraise the Republicans up until the very end. Like so, like we're really close to having historic levels of funding and support in numbers. So and I don't say that to denigrate anybody on MAGA or the right. But what I'm just trying to say is that it's just proof of the concept that what all of the things we're talking about are real. The people are there, and it's just a amount of putting our egos aside and working as one. And that's the hardest thing. And that's the what things that kill most movements and most things. Like, and that's why you guys talk about previous wars where there was momentum and then it never came to fruition. It's because of those ego battles between the leadership. And so what we're trying to do is get all the egoless leaders together to do anti-war movement that's decentralized and can last through decades, not just for 1 year, not just a flash in the pan, and then they just do another war, in the next year.
Yeah,
And
one
for
thing
what
you
it's
mentioned, Levi. Sorry, one thing you mentioned, Levi, is Massey. If you look at what Trump wrote about Massey today, you see who is truly the only American politician left that is working for America. And I really hope people support him because when a president goes that heavy against a politician, um, it's because he's a threat to what he wants to accomplish. And I hope people see it for what it is.
Yeah, 100%. Massey's our future for he's a pretty young guy, so he'll be around. And also he's already survived an APAC attack and a Trump attack previously. They already primaried him before. He's a very strong base and we will be supporting him. But you're right. And we need 100 Masseys in every state. That's what we need. We need thousands of these people and they all exist. They just never been given an opportunity or a chance. That's why we're working to get free ballot access. People like Jay and all these people around the country, we have all these leaders standing up together to try to make it free and easy for people to run because there's good leaders. They just don't have a lot of money. Like, but they're there and we got to just find a way to get them to run. And one last thing I'll put again is that if you get to 6% of races in America where local people run, they are bankrupt. People don't realize I worked with these billionaire donors before. They are super fragile. And so if you go over 5% of races, 10%, if we just show up, even if we lose all the races, they're going to have to pay 100 to 1,000 times more for every state. That will blow them out. 7 of the parties already are bankrupt in 7 states. So you guys have no idea the power you have. They've like brainwashed a giant to think he's small, is what it is like with the American people. Like we're really strong and we can fight tyranny. And that's why they have to keep brainwashing us to say we can't.
Good
Hey,
points.
don't
Good points, Summer.
yeah, and don't forget the and so Joe, sorry about that. I'll pass right to you. I was just going to add in the comment from Orwell in 1984, where he basically says that the masses, the proles that he calls them, are the horse, and the people in charge are the flies, right? And all it takes is but for the people to realize their own power, and they can just shake them off like they're nothing. And I think that that's very true. The government should work for the people, not the inverse. And the people at the top of the totem pole, it doesn't matter if it's the political structure or any of these other structures. At the end of the day, if they will not be subservient to the people, well, then we need to make enough noise so that they have no option but to. And that doesn't mean anything violent. It just merely means calling out the absurdity of the system and helping everybody else to recognize that. But Joe, back to you.
Yeah, no, Ian, I'm going to jump off and go down the listeners as I fall asleep. I'm going to leave it in good hands with you. Hopefully Solomon can pull up another co-host, but thanks. The funny thing is Ian, who would have thought me and you fighting back and forth about the Jews are now co-hosting a space? So talk about an action that unites people who were kind of pushing against each other. Anyway,
Yeah,
good
you
job.
become more of an anti-Semite, Joe. Congratulations.
Nah, I'm still not there, dude. I'm still not there. I still think it's the
Work in
radical
Little by
left.
little,
progress.
Joe.
Hopes and
We'll
prayers. You're
get.
almost there. On the right path.
Have a good night, guys.
All good,
We all
Joe.
get there eventually, my friend. I promise.
No, and look, the reality is, and I always have a strange comparison. It's, if we're a bunch of people trapped in a room with a tiger, we can all dislike the sports teams that one another cheer for. We can dislike the clothes you wear, the color of your hair, or any of these other things. But it's a tiger, and that's what we're under right now. And we might define that tiger differently, and Joa or Simon or Richard or myself might declare it different things, but we all recognize that there is a thing. And so we can squabble amongst each other and really not do anything all that productive to get rid of the tiger, or we can figure out how we can just mobilize against it together as a unified force. And for what it's worth to that prior speaker, I was just thinking in my head about how the balkanization and the fracturing, the fissuring, whatever term you want to use, of the West, well, that's one of the big challenges, right? If they can keep us divided, it's far easier for them to maintain power, maintain control. And when you divide everybody up, whether it's between the left-right ideologies, legal versus illegal citizens, or any other parameter, it makes it far easier for them to manipulate and control us and keep us all squabbling amongst one another rather than charging up the hill and dealing with the person at the top of it. That's, of course, not literal, but a figurative way of speaking about this, right? And so we need to put aside all of those other little things, the little squabbles, because at the end of the day, they're trivial in comparison to what's coming our way if we don't. And so very, very well stated. And it's why, Joe, we can debate a million different things, but we all recognize we need to make the world a better place. And so that unifying force should be behind and with all of us. But we got a lot of hands, so let's go to Joey, and then we'll go to Mud.
Hey, Ian, always profound, brother. Always what you say is profound. I want to thank Suleiman for bringing me up. And just to go off of what Ian was saying, I also have a quote. This one is attributed to RFK, who said his brother, President Kennedy's favorite quote was from Dante's Inferno, which said, "The hottest places in hell are reserved for those who, in times of moral crisis, preserve their neutrality," which is exactly what Donald Trump has done, in his support of this stomach turning genocide that, and the atrocities that the Zionists are committing against the Palestinians in their own land, stealing their land, killing their people, forcing them out of their homes, building settlements on top of where they were living, and that this unjust military strike on Iran, which is totally unconstitutional, illegal, but as we know, impeachment is going to be futile and it's going to be a waste of time and a waste of money. But I feel that it's still worth noting, his high crimes. It's worth speaking out on, because we are powerful. Just like we got done saying, American people are powerful. We just don't know our own power. We've been manipulated by the construct. It's kind of like the Matrix. Like, we think we can't do anything, but if we were able to remove all of the structures that the Matrix has put up, we'd realize that we have strength and that there is strength in numbers. There's strength in numbers. That's very important to say. Now, as for Iran, I don't believe that they should back down at all. I think that blocking the Strait of Hormuz is a no-brainer. There should be a contingency plan in case Khamenei is taken out, which would be not be a good thing, but at least they should have someone groomed who is relatively young, who's energetic, and someone who that the people of Iran would be able to rally behind. Because if the regime is taken out, the last one of those 7 countries in the plan of the new American century that they want to get rid of all these countries is Iran. And if they're gone, we're going to be in a one world government, which we've been fighting for decades. So I think there's certain things that Iran needs to focus on. Number one is proxies, because Israel has already diminished Iran's proxies on their border. So what Iran has to do is to diminish Israel's proxies on their border. And the number one proxy is Azerbaijan, as I've heard Truth Teller mention many times. And he's 100% right about that. Azerbaijan is a hotbed for Mossad. That's how all the Mossad activity that is getting into Iran is coming in through the Astara border in the north of Iran near Tabriz. And Israel gets 50% of their oil from Azerbaijan. So in order to stop the Zionist Air Force, the aerial attacks, I feel it's imperative to go after their oil supply. And maybe that would entail having to attack the oil rigs in Baku, not take out people, not kill people in Baku, but take out the oil fields. And additionally, they went after, with the help of America, they went after Iran's nuclear program. And I was just talking about JFK. He lost his life. JFK, one of the main reasons that he lost his life was going against Israel. Him and John McCone, who was the head of the CIA at the time, went against Israel's nuclear program, and that cost the guy his life. So who are the Israelis to go after another country attacking their nuclear facilities? So I think if Iran can get their hands on a nuclear weapon, just one, they should use it to drop it on top of the Dimona reactor and cause a mega mushroom cloud. I think that would speak volumes. Like, based on what they've been doing, you know, like the Israelis have attacked military installments, Iran goes and attacks military installments. Just shadowing what the Zionists have been doing, and I think they should do that with the nuclear program. That's very important. The two things that I've mentioned so far is oil, nuclear program. Third thing is proxies. These are very important, and Iran cannot give up. We cannot let them give up. You know, there has to be young people ready to take the place of the supreme leader in case something happens. And you know, I think that they're for the moment they're safe, they're okay, but because America is, you know, America is not fully invested into the war, but as we could tell, they have something over Donald Trump's head that it wouldn't shock me if he put troops, you know, American troops into Iran. And I think that the best way to stop that is just to crush Israel before it comes to that. Go after Netanyahu, take him out, take that scumbag out. Every single place where he's known to be there should be a drone strike there, and it should be relentless. It should be absolutely relentless. We got Donald Trump in the news right now talking about assassinating Khamenei. So it would be a huge win for Iran, I think, if they could get rid of Netanyahu before something happens to Khamenei. I think it would be like a preemptive defense for whatever is to come. If the United States was going to come into the war, they definitely won't if Netanyahu's taken out.
Well, thank you for that, Joey. And look, certainly not. I know that that's a war game conversation, and this is a scenario. So we're not advocating for people in here to go out and fire rockets at anybody, right? He's speaking on behalf of the militaries of
for
the
Iran. This
government.
is for Iran to do.
Correct. I just wanted to clarify, and always doing so just for the safety of the space and out of respect for Suleiman, because I know he's got a really big handle. But look, when it comes to the military strategy of that, you know, I'd be curious for some of the other speakers for some of their thoughts on this, as they might have more expertise in that field. I know Godfrey has his hand up. Not sure if he wants to dive in there, but let's go to him real quick for a comment, and then we'll go to Mr. Mudd.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not prepared for that. I guess those are good strategies offered. I mean, Truth is more of the military wonk, geopolitical wonk of the room. But look, I think on a general basis, I can comment in that I think Iran is wise just to continue their attack against Israel and not even bother with anything related to the U.S. military, even though they were attacked. That is what Israel wants. Israel wants them to play that game. They want them to come after a U.S. military vessel. They want them to come after a base. But they've been so successful in their attack against Israel, and just to continue relentlessly until Israel surrenders. I mean, that it seems to be working very well. And yeah, I mean, I've just been so impressed with Iran. What a bold nation. I mean, they dug their heels in. They refused to allow this Israeli aggression, and they're not stopping. And it gives me, I have such admiration for Iran for how bold and brave they are, because our own U.S. military is occupied. And instead of fighting against the nation that has the Samson option, has nukes pointed at our cities, we go and bomb Iran. But Iran, when they're you know, they have Gulf states that would attack them on a moment's notice. They have Israel firing weapons into them. They have the U.S. military marching in on them. Like they're standing firm. And I'm just, if any Iranians are listening, I'm so proud of your nation for what you guys are doing. And I think a lot of Americans are, because you're the tip of this spear and you're our last hope to stand up against this nation, honestly. So, yeah, thank you.
No, very well stated there, Godfrey. And with that being said, let's go to Mr. Mudd and see if he has any thoughts on some of Joey's suggestions there, and if not, some of the other topics that are top of mind for him.
Well, hey, I appreciate it. A lot of familiar faces on the panel, and I appreciate Suleiman doing this space, and I hope he's listening. I thank him very much, and everyone share the space, please. So, Gen X girl asked a very interesting question to Grok. Based on the sentiment of provided X posts, the anti-war group aligned with Thomas Massey, and it appears to have a stronger vocal support within the MAGA civil war of ideas. The anti-war Massey supporters seem to be winning the narrative on Battle of X as their posts are more numerous, 6v1, and focus on ideological consistency, rallying around Massey as a symbol of resistance to interventionism. So we are winning, everyone, on X, 6v1. Let that sink in, okay? That's the split of the MAGA base, to which I voted for this guy unwittingly. If I had the knowledge about this guy before, I wouldn't have voted, period, because there wouldn't have been a choice, right? I'd have just put, I don't know, Adolf on there. But that said, it's because of spaces like this, right? And others like it, which there are more growing, I've noticed. New spaces opening, talking about this very question, right? This problem we face. And as a result, the very algorithms Grok is actually seeing a massive change. And that change is all of us. So I want to thank all the speakers, Suleiman, all the speakers, the co-hosts, the listeners, everybody involved in this effort of compassion and love to rid ourselves of an ilk that doesn't even know what compassion or love is. And go Iran. God bless Iran. They are the champion in this fight against this scourge. And yeah, as far as the points that Joey made, I agree. I mean, nobody should be helping these demons. And as far as I'm concerned, a Shabbos Goy is as bad, if not worse, than their ilk. So I'll land there before I say anything else. It's been a long day, and thank you, Ian, for the chance, and thank you, Truth Teller and Godfrey, and all of you for everything you do. I mean, Truth has been an absolute warrior, spending endless hours with unbelievable threads and incredible information. Can't thank him enough as well. So, Richard, you the same. You do the same damn thing. Endless information, key points. You let us know these are just people, nothing more than people. And I see this as someone earlier poignantly said, within the next 10 years, this all has to end. I hope faster, but inevitably it will end. And with that, I'll land.
If I could say something real quick to what you said just now, Mud, you I wanted to circle back. You had mentioned, if you had known that Trump would do this, then, you would have written in your own candidate. One thing to look at between both Trump and Massey is their funding. Massey has received $0 from APAC. He's one of the few people, who doesn't have a APAC handler. As we found out in his Tucker interview, and Trump is actually one of the most heavily funded, candidates by the Zionist lobby overall. So, just one thing I hope people, take from this situation is if you follow the money, a lot of the times it leads back to the same place, with both parties. Maybe slightly different figures, but they all have aligned interests. So, follow the money, man. It can tell you so many answers. It leads back to Palantir, Zionists, big tech, military industrial complex.
Yeah, and real quick, and I think I'll tap in Richard. I'll kind of tee him up a little bit here, just because since talking Palantir, it's worth noting. Obviously, Alex Karp at the top of it, a Jewish individual, but the funding behind a lot of it and the connections to the White House, of course, are through Peter Thiel. Now, what's interesting about Thiel is not only is the majority of his public wealth, let's say, wrapped up in that company. But obviously his ties go back at this point about 2 decades with J.D. Vance, which is rather concerning. And when it comes to J.D. Vance's time with Thiel, Obviously, there's the public persona, right? His political career, which Thiel has largely funded. We could also look at the book, which was turned into a movie, which was directed by Richie Cunningham from Happy Days back in the day. Of course, Ron Howard, who's an extremely prominent Hollywood figure and director. So it's kind of curious for what was supposed to be a low budget kind of biopic, they were able to get such a big director. If I'm not mistaken, in fact, I think it might have been produced in ties with Netflix, which is curious because we could also look at who owns Netflix, right? Which is Mark Randolph Bernays. And if you want a interesting little bit of history, go look at who his family lineage is. But back to Thiel, right? His ties to J.D. Vance go very deep. He also, prior to Palantir, founded Carbine 911, which was a government contracts company that did almost all of its work with, let's just call them shadowy organizations with the three-letter acronyms for the US government. And on the board of that company was none other than the former Prime Minister of Israel, with other financial ties that went to none other than Jeffrey Epstein, which is kind of concerning. So you have a guy who's heavily tied up both with the White House, with the highest levels of power, also with this new technological database that, as Richard mentioned, was not only tied to COVID, but has also been building a database here in the US, which was also used to build the database of the people in Gaza, I should say, of the Palestinians. And that list, of course, was not only used to go out and decipher who were the most dangerous targets, but also to help in the locating of, and then also potentially the execution of those individuals. So you can see how it's kind of a dangerous, weird time where a tiny group of interests are aligning to basically build out the, what would you think of it? It's like the Terminator Skynet system, right? Track everybody, make sure they're not stepping out of line, and if they are, well, then we'll just have to deal with them, whatever that might mean. But Richard, I'm sure you've got some additional clarity on that one. Would love to tap you in, and then if Chief Trumpster's here with us, we'd love to go to him afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, not to derail the space too much on a Palantir rabbit hole, because I mean that could take three spaces. But as as Ian said, since the jump, you know, with Carbine and with Founders Fund and with Mithril Capital and with Bridgetown and all of these private equities, Anaria Capital, JD Vance, you know, personnel is policy, but you'll know the tree by the fruit it bears. I mean, and the company that we keep is very indicative of the policy that we have and the values that we maintain. And one thing that, pardon me for yawning, one thing that I just came across while I was waiting to speak again was an interview that Truth did that I co-hosted on, but make no mistake, Truth ran the show and he was doing a solid for a supposed victim of the South African apartheid regime. And, you know, it makes me really upset because people like us who genuinely want to help people and tell people the truth and tell people what these um, whistleblowers or tech oligarchs or, you know, innovators are all about, that purport themselves to be these heroes that we should hold in high regard or esteem or awe and look up to, um, they just have consistently been a letdown. And you know, I hadn't thought about this person. I don't know, Truth, was that 3 weeks ago or so when you did that interview? But I mean, she told her backstory. Forgive me again for yawning. She told her backstory and you know, about the dynamic of what she dealt with, supposedly going through this the outrageous, you know, anti-white regime that was in South Africa. That, I mean, this is the same South African regime that helped Israel and Israeli Lahim steal our nuclear secrets with Shimon Peres and Arnaud Milchan back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. So, I mean, they have operated adversarially to whites and to the United States and its national security for years. And well, I find that Israel attacks Iran, and sure as shit, you guys, I don't have to tell you this, but we've seen in lockstep. The Jews are their own mockingbird media. And the moment, whether you're a right wing Jew or a left wing Jew or whatever, ultimately you're a Jew. And in lockstep, they are uniformly behind Israel going and disarming, you know, Israel's or Iran's nuclear program, and they're all about like rubbing in our faces, like this is what I voted for, and thank you for Donald Trump, and blah blah. And it's like they're mocking us when they didn't even elect the guy, but they made sure the moment that they got, you know, it became clear that the other group wasn't going to win the White House, they swarmed our president with money, with policymakers, with everything to basically make Israel's agenda the MAGA agenda. Like they've co-opted it now, and they've basically, and now they're tweeting sanctimonious horseshit at us like, if you are not on board, if you still don't support Donald Trump, you are not MAGA, you're fake MAGA. And I wanted to say two things about that. And the first is about Truth's interview. And not only has she since blocked me because she used this line of thinking, as for me and my house, we will serve what scripture says, the Lord will bless who blesses Israel, that, you know, jargon bullshit that they have weaponized and misinterpreted to weaponize. Says that, and then I reference, you realize that's talking about Jacob in the Bible, who changed his name after he wrestled an angel. It's not referring to the state of Israel that was founded in 1948 with the backing of um, the Rothschilds and, you know, ensured creation by Jabotinsky terrorists and the Likud party, but um, and nor is it referring to Jews as this chosen people. They weren't even in the lineage of Isaac. So it's just amazing to me. But yeah, you show somebody that and then they block you, and you're like, well, it's a shame. I hate people who unmask. But I will say truth, and I didn't mention this at the time. And you can tell me I'm full of shit that you didn't get that vibe, but when I was listening to her, and I did leave a little bit early in that space than I would have otherwise. And I didn't make mention of it to you because I was hoping that it was just gonna go by the wayside and never have to be worried about it again. But there was something that was off to me about the story that she was telling her, that was supposedly her own story. And it seemed like she didn't know it well enough. Like, Ian, if you were talking about your upbringing or your heritage or your own lived experiences that you can remember so viscerally that you could talk about them for hours and hours and give all this context, it seemed like it was learned to her and not lived, if that makes any sense. And so, um, well, fast forward, he makes that post as soon as Israel attacks, and uh, misquoting scripture as the justification. I make that comment above it, in a quote post. Well, she blocks me. And then tonight, I find out she's tweeting or retweeting sassafras. And sassafras is an Israeli Jew operative, but she's not just any Israeli Jew operative. She works for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Who is that? That is literally one of the organizations that helped Chabad Lubavitch up in New York cover up the sewer tunnel, kid trafficking tunnels, where they were pulling out the fucking bloody mattresses that had the high chairs and strollers at Lubavitch World Headquarters. And that shit really bothers me because you had Gotham and you had Tunnel to Towers and you had Jonathan Greenblatt, which is also Gotham, but like William Greenblatt and Jeffrey Greenblatt run Gotham Asset Management, who controls Gotham Ready Mix, the cement company that showed up to put all the concrete in the entrances so you couldn't investigate further. Those kid trafficking tunnels. That's number one. That bothered me. And then I have to listen to those people tell me I'm fake MAGA now. And then rewind the clock back to the January 6th horse shit, and they're investigating. You guys remember the pipe bombers that they were trying to figure out. And I had a buddy who's in California, has a data company that we had shared intel about and information, pertinent to who discovering who that pipe bomber was. And we literally helped identify that person and put that information out. That person is allegedly, quote unquote, Melvin Johnson, right? Retired U.S. Army vet. Uh, Go look him up. It's been posted on the platform. I put it in the pill. Um, and then fast forward to the Donald Trump assassination attempt, the first one, right? Whether you think it was a hoax, whether you think they missed close on purpose to send a message, or whether you think they just missed and then they had to cover up, regardless, it was some message being sent to Donald Trump. Well, I also worked uh, in parallel with this guy, investigating the leads on who that shooter or the circle that shooter would come from, the most chief suspects. And I didn't know he was working on it. He didn't know I was working on it. But I reached out to him. I said, "Hey, uh, we need to compare notes on this shit. Here's what I've got. If it at all lines up with what you got, like," and it turns out our information led back to the same fucking place. William J. Percivali, Armor Works, which is General Dynamics, the subcontractor for Boeing and for General Dynamics. They have locations in Kelowna, British Columbia, Phoenix, Arizona. And the dude's also involved with an LLC called Directed Energy LLC. It can't get much more fucking on the nose than that. And then I see this guy today that I'd helped identify the chief suspects in the first Trump assassination for fucking free show up on my feed and say, now that all of the fake MAGA have exposed themselves, we can move on. And they're using fake MAGA as like everybody who doesn't support Israel's unfettered, like unprovoked and illegal attack on Iran under the fucking whatever bullshit premise they decided sticks best on that day: nuclear disarmament or regime change or Israel's safety in the Middle East or the terror regime, whatever the fuck. And it's really discouraging. Like, one thing I want to say to everybody in this space is that I appreciate everybody coming to spaces like this where traditionally you're not going to have a bunch of people perpetuating that bullshit. Most of the people that are speaking in these spaces, like, and that have, especially the people that have spoken in this space specifically tonight, are caring about getting to the truth. And I can vouch for all of them. And I do vouch for all of them. And it makes me sad to see, like, this is how close to home this shit will hit with you. People that you have worked with closely and directly and in good faith and tried and gone out of your way to do a decent service to them, to help them and get their message out, but also to help the country and protect the now current president of the United States, who then turns around and does everything the people that have just spent the last 5 years fucking you over and attacking you at every turn and trying to, like, disarm you and ruin all your career prospects and your business interests and your investments and target you with a bioweapon, literally, and try to genocide you and killed your loved ones in hospitals. Like, these are the people that now, if I don't support them and do a complete 180, I am fake MAGA. It's really fucking revolting and it's really frustrating. And um I would say that there's going to be a lot more of those moments for everybody in this space. Like they say, don't meet your heroes kind of thing. It's because your heroes usually are Manchurian constructs and they're not actually your heroes. The heroes that you should actually meet and the real heroes are the people like that are in this space and that are not going to get the credit. They're not going to get the recognition. They're not going to get the fame and fortune. They're not going to get, uh, you know, even credit for the shit that they find. Somebody's going to come along and co-opt that shit. But like, that's what a hero does. He knows all of that going in. And he does it anyway because it's the right fucking thing to do. So I hope that answered your question, Ian. And I just had to add that little extra anecdote in there. So thanks, buddy.
Hey man, yeah, you added the extra sauce, but certainly can appreciate the piece there, especially at the end. And it's so funny because to those that will suggest that people like, let's say Myron Gaines or Dan Bilzerian, that they're out there with some grift when it comes to talking about power structures, it's like, no, there's no algorithmic boosting, there's no monetization to be made. You can look at Suleiman, who's had his check mark even taken away, right? They will come for every aspect and basically make it so that you can either you can basically run downhill as long as you share the message of the machine and you can get paid for it. You'll get bot followers and all those other things, right? Or conversely, you can run uphill and get nothing for it and be slurred all the way. But at least know that at the end of the day, when you lay your head down to rest, that you're doing something righteous and just, and you're trying to make the world a better place. And it really does feel like it's that good and evil, black and white. And to somebody that I know has been fighting this for a long time, Mr. Chief Trumpster, I know you've seen every which direction of this. You're obviously a big individual out there with a big platform, lots of different podcasts you're involved with. So if you want to jump in, would be curious for your thoughts on Israel, Iran, what we're seeing, and kind of your state of the union when it comes to MAGA, and where is the MAGA heroes amongst the politicians, if any, and what are your thoughts on the people following the MAGA movement at this point?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I will say though, a point I brought up before about being a dissident and the consequences for that and the punishment you get. There's tons of people, and it's very easy if you're like a pro-Israel, Zionist, like slop account. You can make big bucks on this platform and on YouTube and other platforms because you're allowed to say these things. If you're a dissident, that's not possible at all. You lose sponsorships, you get demonetized, deboosted, banned from platforms. It's not the easy road. And there's been a lot of accounts out there that claim, oh, it pays well to be anti-Israel. The Qatari agents, the Qatari money, it's not there at all. It's simply not. Like it's a very big hurdle to jump if you're going to try being a dissident online and make that like a big part of your platform. It's definitely something where it's courageous for people like Myron and Dan and people like that to take these big risks and put their business and put their livelihood at such a humongous put them in a crosshair pretty much from people straight canceling them and writing hit pieces all about them all the time. It's a humongous burden, and they are still doing it despite all the consequences of that. And I commend them for that. And it's very, I guess, I'm very happy that there are many people out there who are standing up for the truth and fighting for the truth and calling out things that they see them. I will say in terms of, MAGA, I actually posed a question before, like, what kind of MAGA are you? Because there's one side of MAGA, which is 2015 MAGA, OG MAGA, talking about things like no forever wars, the MAGA where we had Trump calling out Bush to his face in primary and saying no forever wars, the war with Iraq was a disaster, the no WMDs. That type of MAGA is a totally different animal compared to this new revisionism of MAGA to say we have to bomb Iran, we have to be attacking these nuclear sites. And if you look at the reports actually for this, you'll see they actually don't even know where the uranium even is that Iran had. The facilities weren't even really destroyed, according to their own reports. And according to other reports, it's just about based off vibes, not really anything with intelligence, but just because Israel was pushing for this and trying to get us in this war, and they succeeded. Now we're involved, and we have no idea what we've caused. This is only the beginning. I'm sure we'll see a response from Iran, and there are many accounts out there that are trying to move goalposts so much, saying, "Oh, Trump would never do a strike on Iran. Trump would never do this or this. Oh, well, he did, but it was a peaceful bombing." I saw one person, DC Drano, saying it was a mostly peaceful bombing or something like that, which is of course absurd. I mean, like we're pretty much at war right now with Iran because of another country's interests, and we have no idea how many people will be killed for this, how many personnel will be at risk. Our equipment, money will be spending on this. It's a shame, but the people who in MAGA who are actually courageous enough to call this stuff out. We have Massey, who has been like at the crosshairs for Trump for a very long time, and he's saying like this is not a just war. There's no basis for this. It's not in our interests, and Trump's going after him for that. But it's the truth. Like we don't have any reason to go to war with Iran to be bombing these facilities. We just don't. And if you look on the timeline, you'll see the people out there, like the Hodge twins, they're posting about this. They're calling it out. People who are not afraid of the consequences or of the backlash that they'll get. And like, I'm very happy that many people are speaking out about this, but it's tough and it's unfortunate to see many people on the timeline try to really justify this war with Iran and saying it wasn't a war. We just bombed a nuclear facility of theirs, or three of them actually. We also killed or helped Israel kill the scientists they had, and bombing the oil fields and all of that, and gave intelligence. I mean, like these are not serious people here. We're at war with Iran. We bombed them, and we're going to be in this region for who knows how long. And it's a tragedy to think that this war isn't to get many civilians killed. It's to further cause resentment of our country, of America, and cause more conflict in the long term. This is obviously a thing that's beneficial for Israel. The whole plan is to have the greater Israel, to have control of Gaza, of Palestine, of the West Bank, to expand their influence in the Arab nations, to go and get rid of Iran and any of their influence. Take the oil fields, take a lot of their control, really, get their oil and gas, and they will become like a major superpower in that region. That's our entire goal. And we pretty much greenlit that when we went to war with Iran and bombed their facilities. So we're in it for a very long haul with this entire conflict. And then with Palantir, as brought before, like